We're going to go through our proclamations, and we'll start the regular business meeting at 6 p.m. So first on our agenda is a proclamation for Maternal Mental Health Weekend. Who's here representing to receive the proclamation? Yes, ladies, come right on up here. We've changed the procedures. You come up, you face the audience, and we'll read the proclamation, and then you can have a few words if you like. So come up here in the middle. You can block me. Come right in the middle. Come on, you're fine. Don't be scared. We're all family here. Oh, come on, please.
Proclamation, Maternal Mental Health Awareness Weekend. Whereas maternal mental health is a critical public health issue that affects the well-being of mothers, children, families, and communities, with up to 1 in 5 women experiencing prenatal mood and anxiety disorders, including postpartum depression during pregnancy or the first year following childbirth. And whereas early identification, timely intervention, and community support are essential for preventing and treating PMAD, ensuring the health of both members and their mothers. And whereas Maternal Matters Favored is committed to advocating awareness, providing resources, and fostering supportive spaces for maternal mental health, including the facilitation of specialized programs, services, and community partnerships. And whereas during Maternal Mental Health Awareness Weekend, we call on healthcare professionals, human services practitioners, policymakers, and community members to work together to eliminate stigma and barriers to mental health care for mothers. And whereas by eliminating the stigma surrounding maternal mental health, we can create a more supportive environment where mothers feel empowered to seek help, access care, and thrive during their motherhood journey. And whereas Maternal Matters Favored actively promotes awareness of maternal mental health by offering accessible education initiatives, facilitating meaningful dialogues, and creating safe spaces where mothers can find the help they need without fear of stigma or judgment. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that May 10th and May 11th, 2025 be officially designated as Maternal Mental Health Awareness Weekend, and recognize the invaluable efforts of Maternal Matters Favored in advancing maternal mental health and supporting mothers through education, advocacy, and collaboration. Let us stand united in breaking down barriers and building a community where every mother is supported, heard, and valued. Signed this 6th day of May, 2025, attests Kaylee Cook, City Clerk, City of Palm Coast, Florida, Mayor Michael Norris.
Who's going to receive the proclamation? Yes, ma'am. And they're going to want to get some pictures, so let the council close in, and you guys close in, and we'll get a nice picture. And then you can step up to the podium and speak your piece. Got it? Got it? Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am, right there. Just speaking to the microphone. You don't have to get too close to it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, go right ahead.
So everyone, my name is Tamara McRae. I am the founder and president of Maternal Matters Favored. We are a 501c3 working to provide perinatal and postpartum mood and anxiety disorders. And so we provide counseling, support groups, workshops. We actually just launched a 6-month program where we work to adopt a mom. And so I take trips out to the boonies of Flagler just to make certain that those that have barriers to access of care, they still can receive the so desperately needed maternal mental health services. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We have a recent mother on the council, Ms. Pontieri. Would you like to say anything?
I would. Thank you, Mayor, for teeing that up. So I actually had the absolute honor and pleasure of meeting Tam and her lovely ladies and her son, who's awesome as well. And they really do have a heart for this, and it's a much needed service that I feel is lacking in a lot of communities. And so I just want to thank you and your team for all of your work and your heart, and for all the moms out there who do suffer from something that is just so, it can be very overwhelming. So just know that you, in our community at least, you now have somewhere to turn. And Tam is just a beautiful person. So thank you so much for your contribution to our community.
Anything else? Anything else from members of the council? Okay, with that being said, we're going to move on to the graduation of the Citizens Academy. Lauren and I will come down and we'll present their certificates. How many do we have this time, Lauren? 24. We have 24 graduating members of the Citizens Academy.
Good evening, Teresa.
How are you? How are you feeling?
So when I call your name, if you could please come forward, and the mayor will give you your certificate, and then if you'll stay up here, we'll take a group photo afterwards. Miss Sylvia Morris. Mr. Steven Zeltman. Robert N. Rita Heyman. Mary Valensky. Let's see, Mary. No. Mary Beth Swanson. Mark Webb. Lucy LaChance. Miss Leda Neves.
Got to show up at graduation. You have to recite.
Miss Laurel Jones. Kathy Ritinado. Joanne Gracie Campos. Jeanette Myers. Irene Vieira. Florencel Mancia. Diane, okay, Swigert. David Preisler. Mr. Christopher Milnes. Bridget Tompkins, sorry.
Miss Bridget.
Anthony Vieira. Ann Zaltman.
Ann.
Amy Dumas. Al Rotondo. Alan Barrett.
It takes a bit of time for everyone to go through this course, and these are informed citizens that want to know how their city works. And I'm so proud of them, and I'm so proud that we can recognize them and have the program so people can be informed about their city. So thank everyone, and thank each and every one of you.
All right, while you guys are getting ready for a picture, I just wanted to say that Citizens Academy is a very popular program that we offer here at the city. It's 7 weeks long, and we do offer it twice a year. So if there's any residents listening who would like to join, you can sign up on the city's website. And it takes the entire city cooperating to be able to host this program, that you could see a behind-the-scenes peek into every single city department, meet your city council, meet your city manager, and we do, as the communications and marketing department, facilitate Citizens Academy. So if it's all right with you, I'm going to invite Ms. Shannon Martin, who she hosted this academy, and she was with them every night, so I think she deserves to be in the picture. So if we can kind of squeeze in, we'll go ahead and take a picture. I can get everybody. Are you going to get in? All right, I can see everybody. Look right here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, we have 8 minutes before we move into the official start time for the business meeting. We have to keep that one strictly on cue. So,
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say that I'm probably the oldest graduate of the Citizens Academy in Palm Coast, but I still have the T-shirt, and the information I received has held me in good stead throughout the years.
thank you, sir. Anyone else been through it? Ty, have you been through it?
It was during the campaign, Mr. Mayor, so I was absent, so much so that I did not want to receive my diploma.
All right, no worries. We got about 7 minutes before we'll start the rest of the council meeting.
Good to see you. I had a surgery, so I wasn't around, but I've been watching on TV. Yes, sir. I just wanted
I'll get out of the way.
I really admire what you got. Thank you. I appreciate the show. I want to make sure we get somebody that's great. You stood up and said, I got a lot of folks. I know. So it's just, but you can't respond to everybody. But that was a good thing you did that, because you should be proud of the fact that people voted for you.
Is that right?
Really hard. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, no, but I'm talking 2010. Yeah, well, you know, I don't care. I was on the county commission for 8 years. And so before that, right. Yeah. And before that, I was involved, still am involved with the REC, the Republican Party, and all that stuff. So I've been around a long time. I just felt I had no idea of doing this. But when Ray, and I know Ray Stevens real well. Oh my goodness, you know, well, Can't do anything else, so I was I can't do that. I'm a busy guy. I'm in my fourth career now, or fifth career.
It's just
Oh, good, good. Well, there's a combination. It's some people are more active than others, and it's all true. But you need a mixture. You need a mixture of people. We do for young people to get involved. I'll try and make it. I'll wear my t-shirt. Yeah. I still have it. Yeah. I bet I'll. I'm still recovering. Really looking forward to it. Well, it's every. Yeah. Go ahead, 3.
I got Dave Sullivan next to me. I'm protected. He's a big boy. Used to be.
I'll have my green. You know what that?
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City of Palm Coast business meeting. Today is Tuesday, May 6th. It's 6 p.m. We're in the City Hall, John Nett's Community Wing. If you would, please silence your devices. Please silence all devices. And we're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a short moment of silence. Please remember Ray Stevens in your prayers. I pledge allegiance Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Cook, if you'd call the roll, please.
Mayor Norris.
Here?
Vice Mayor Pontieri.
Present.
Councilmember Gambaro.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
All members are present.
Okay, we're going to open with public participation. First of all, I would like to say we are in a very contentious time in our city, and some of the reports I've been getting, it's not very nice, and I strongly encourage everyone in the community to maintain civility, and there's no need for threats. We're all human beings. We all make mistakes, and we're all a community. Believe it or not, we are one family. So please, when you're on social media, and America never had the voice like we do now. There are so many platforms to get your thoughts, words, and ideas out there. But please restrain yourself. There's no need for threatening anyone. I find it horrible that someone would do that. We are all human. We are all fallible, and please think about that. And when you come to the podium, please remember to not use any defamatory language and be civil, because I don't want to have to remove anyone from this chamber. So with that being said, please come forward if you have public comment. Speak your name into the mic. You have 3 minutes, and we will answer your questions at the end if possible.
Thank you. Cameron Orr, Animal Refuge Flagler. I told you before, I served as a volunteer at the Flagler Humane for 3 years and was on their board for 2 years. I told you at our
Mr.
first
Orr,
meeting
can you get closer to the mic, please, so the people at home can hear you.
that I resigned my position on the board because I found the organization resistant to change. And I think those of you that were at the joint county-city meeting last week saw that in spades again. A year ago, in April of 2024, we heard them say that they have no money, no land, and no plans for extending the shelter. Ironically, a year later, 29 April 2025, we heard that same thing. They still have no money, no land, and no plan. But sadly, after being up here for 15 months, I really find that the county and the city have no money, no land, and no plan. So we find ourselves in the sole source position and having to do what we've done in the past. Shame on me for not understanding the whole budgeting and prioritization process better. I'm going to strive to do that this coming year. I did have faith that we'd find some way to find some funding to start off with some kind of cost-effective solution, such as Putnam County. I did hear lots of positive comments last week about starting to put money in the capital improvement plan going forward, but I did come away not understanding if that was a real action item that was taken. I don't understand who would be in charge of doing that and how we might track that. I asked these same questions at the county meeting last night, and it was crickets afterwards. So I'm thinking, well, I'm not sure we do have a plan. I just don't want to find ourselves here a year from now finding out that we have no money, no plan, no designated land for an alternative shelter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you for listening today. Wendy Tremarchi, Palm Coast. A few of the many issues that the Humane Society brought before you over the last year or so: ignoring state mandates for rabies cases, executive director stating her hiring practice are giving people second chances. Well, one such case that caused a loose shelter dog to violently lose its life by a pig not properly housed at the shelter. Something else, reporting a sheriff's deputy for leaving a sick dog without overnight care when they knew that was not the case. Was that retaliation because of the sheriff's department reported animal control officer with animal cruelty? The prosecutor's office gave her a deferred prosecution agreement to force the shelter to add a policy for immediate care to a sick or injured animal. What a shame it took a prosecutor to explain to the shelter when care is needed. Bottom line, for me, over this past year, a nonprofit board needs to operate properly and lawfully. They have a fiduciary responsibility to set and oversee that management and policies are adhered to. to hire an executive director and professional fund development officer who has a team keep animals safe and care, and who, as a team, keep animals safe and cared for, give employees proper ongoing training programs, and be able to raise all monies needed for the long-term viability of the shelter. The County Commission will be asking the city for a possible agreement with their animal control office, at least in the short term. It's time to move all animal control under the excellent supervision of Barbara Grossman and her great team, because they do a wonderful job in this city. Lastly, Florida law requires a nonprofit soliciting over $1 million a year to have an independent audit. Your next contract with them should include that ask, as they are funded by taxpayer dollars. This and a possible Flagler County shelter is a time-sensitive issue with our growing community. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Stansel. Mrs. Stansel, I'm sorry.
Hi, Donna Stansel, Seminole Woods. I've come to talk about a couple of things tonight, both of which have to do with traffic. I want to talk about the possibility of annexing the existing access behind the racetrack on SR 100 and Seminole Woods. That is an open area that the road to it already exists. There's about a 50 to 100 foot gap between Seminole Woods and directly into the BJ's gas station. Now, I would hopefully ask the council to consider annexing it via eminent domain behind the racetrack. Apparently, Racetrack denied selling that small parcel to the city or to BJ's because they're no doubt pissed off about people buying gas from BJ's. But given that, people are going to go buy gas wherever it's the cheapest. And it just so happens that BJ's has cheaper gas than Racetrack as a rule. So the benefits of doing that annexation: one, it would cut down on the cars exiting BJ's eastbound on SR 100 and reduce the backup at the light at Seminole Woods. It would allow people wanting to go south on Seminole Woods not to have to turn right onto SR 100 and then just turn right on Seminole Woods. It would let some of the cars turn left, or the third one is let some of the cars turning left from Seminole Woods onto SR 100 just to turn left at that existing opening now, instead of backing up that left turn lane well beyond the straight lane coming into town center. It would reduce the possibility of accidents on 100. It would reduce the length of the turn lane, we talked about that before, from Seminole Woods onto westbound 100. So if you could take that into consideration, it's a short piece of ground. I can't see why Racetrack should be allowed to block that piece of ground for their own purposes, when the city could benefit greatly from reducing the traffic on 100 and allowing people to turn in and out of that location. So the second topic, and this is a short one: why hasn't the eastbound right turn lane on 100 onto southbound Seminole Woods been completed yet? It only lacks a few feet to finish it, and it's been sitting there for months now. So I'd like to see if somebody can get to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Stansel. Yes, Ken, how can we help you, sir?
Good evening. I'm Ken McDowell. I live in District 2. And I'm up here tonight really disgusted with this city council. 4 of you have teamed up against our mayor, who was voted in by the people because a couple of people got their little feelings hurt. You know, my nail polish and my dress doesn't go.
Ken, let me,
Okay.
Can I interrupt you? Because
Sure.
that's on the agenda. Could we not
Okay,
talk
but
about
that's
that?
not, I don't know that, but this is my agenda, okay?
Sure, thank you.
So, we got 3 people up here that were elected by the people. One of the appointees illegally appointed, not under the city charter. So once again, like I said 2 years ago, and I've said it several times, we, the people out here, want our district representatives to represent our district. Wow, what a concept. Every one of you, when you're elected, all of a sudden you become at large, but you don't have a problem signing District 1, 2, 3, or 4 under your name. Even if you're legal, you can sign that, okay? It's disgusting. So once again, we need our district representatives to represent the district that that goes under their name. But having said that, we need to straighten out this city. We need a forensic audit funded, fully funded, and performed. And we can start, if you're going to talk about, oh, that's too expensive, let's start with the utility department, the dirtiest part of our city government. Dirtiest part. But in order to do this, we have to have representation from each of you that represent your districts, okay? You're all at large. Not a one of you represent your constituency. Disgusting. It's appalling. So we, the people, are demanding and will accept nothing less than a forensic audit. And hopefully the state of Florida will look into this illegally appointed representative that's sitting up here and get rid of it, and let's have an election and get someone that represents us and not outside interest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. McDonald.
Robert McDonald, Palm Coast. Can anybody at least give us, the residents, a ballpark figure of how much the city has paid out for the search for a new city manager? God only knows how much money we paid out to find out that we narrow it down to 2 candidates who saw the handwriting on the wall and said, it's time to go before we get into this mess. And they both stepped out. I would like to find out from somebody how much it would cost to change the ordinance, the charter, some kind of a rule that says that the city manager does not necessarily have to live in Palm Coast. We could do it where they could live in Flagler County, or better yet, like we used to do it when we couldn't find firemen up north, put a 10-mile or a 20-mile radius of the city. Because right now, we've got somebody doing the job for 8-9 months perfectly fine. Nobody's got any complaints, okay? And if you talk to parents, young parents, or old grandparents that have small children, we think the person that you have sitting right now doing the city manager's job is the best thing since sliced bread, okay? So instead of going out and spending a couple of $100,000 to bring an outsider who doesn't even live in Florida, has no concept of what's going on, and the vice mayor hit the nail right on the head last week. She said she was apprehensive about voting for either one of them because they don't have the experience of running a city with the budget that we have here in Palm Coast. We've got an acting city manager. I hate the word acting because she's far from acting. She has done her job better than anybody over the last 10 years. So why don't we just change the rule and let her apply, and then everybody's going to be happy. Everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's not have that in the chamber, please. Yes, ma'am, go right ahead. State your name for the record.
Elizabeth Esposito.
Hold it, gallery, please hold it down.
Tonight, we are here to urge the City Council to consider building a cement skate park for the residents of Palm Coast. As our city continues to grow at a rapid pace, the need for a proper skate park is becoming increasingly evident. The current options available, such as the tiny Ralph Carter Park and the deteriorating metal ramps at Wadsworth, are simply not up to par. Many Palm Coast residents are forced to travel to Ormond and Jacksonville on a weekly basis just to have a place to skate. Personally, my friends and I make the trip at least once a week, which not only proves to be frustrating for us, but also means that Palm Coast businesses are missing out on potential revenue from our visits. We all buy coffee, lunch, gas, and even groceries in the cities we travel to after skating. Skateboarding is more popular than ever, with the sport now recognized in the Olympics for both men's and women's in multiple events. It's also super huge on street league skateboarding that just had the competition in Miami, drawing large crowds. Having a skate park in Palm Coast would not only allow us to host competitions and pro demos, but it would also attract skaters from other areas, promoting tourism in our city. Having our own park would also produce a whole new generation of skaters who never would have gotten the opportunity without it. Who knows, maybe Palm Coast could even birth a pro skater or Olympian. Furthermore, there is a growing trend of older skaters in their 30s, 40s, and even 50s. My husband and I, aged 50 and 41, skate regularly with our friends, most of whom who are over 40. Many bring their children along, turning skateboarding into a family activity. A skate park would not only promote exercise and offer numerous health benefits, but it would keep kids out of trouble and allow them to unite as a community. With current laws prohibiting skateboarding in public areas and strict regulations on building ramps in our own yards, a cement skate park is desperately needed in Palm Coast. Could you raise your hand if you came in favor of the skate park tonight? Please consider the many benefits that the skate park would bring to our community and its residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hi, Brad West. I've been here for 21 years now and engaged with several different councils and mayors and whatnot in my time, different matters and whatnot. When I look up here, one of the things that's exciting for me is I see the potential for one of the best city councils we've ever had. I see that in the talent that we have in Mr. Miller and Vice Mayor Pontieri, and you, Mr. Sullivan, you're new, but I know you're a very super smart guy, and Mr. Gambaro. You guys put your heads together, you put your heads down, you do the work. One of the things about great leaders that I've learned is when you look at great leaders, they're always surrounded by great people and great talent. That's how they look good. That's how they do good. That's why they're great leaders. And they have great advisors. Mr. Mayor, if you look to your right and your left, you have some of the greatest talent around you. And I don't understand why you don't leverage it. You have 4 council members up there that you give them any one of those challenges and you prioritize them, they're going to put their heads together, they're going to hash it out, and they're going to come up with the best possible solution. And that person down there, Lauren and I don't always see it eye to eye. I know she'll get it done. And this guy over here, your city attorney, he's going to keep you in the guardrails so it doesn't go off track and it gets done. So it's frustrating to me to watch a leader sit up there and you go out of your way to make yourself look bad when the people around you are going to make you look good and you don't have to do much work with it. This has to stop. And the only person that's to blame is you. All this stuff is going to go away and it's going to be in the past at one point. And people around here are going to look back and they're going to go, remember the time Mike Norris was mayor? What a clown. What a joke. I'm so glad he's gone. The only person that can change that is you, but you refuse to do that. And I don't know who is advising you. I have some inclination, but they're a bunch of fools. And it would be in your best interest and your best interest for your legacy to step up and go, I don't need that. I don't need you. I know what I'm doing. I got the talent around me that can do it. So thank you very much. And thank you for everything you're doing. It's appreciated.
Thank you, sir.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to follow up about the skate park. My name is Kyle Rhodes. I'm a native Floridian.
That's important.
That's Kyle?
Kyle Rhodes, yeah, native
Kyle, were
Floridian.
you- Kyle,
I grew up a few,
Kyle, were you the one that came and saw me about the skate park? Were you in that meeting?
excuse me?
Were you the one that came to see me in my office about
No,
the
sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Can we reset the time?
Yes. No, you're good, don't worry about it.
Native Floridian. I grew up in Jensen Beach, Florida, just a few hours south of here. I now live in Palm Coast. My family and I moved up here to open up a little local business, Pinch a Penny right here by Target. My family and I really have loved being up here in the community for the past several years. I've been skateboarding since I was a child, probably about 40 years. Some of my oldest friends I met on a skateboard and being pushed into the waves, also surfing. Together all these years later, he still owned a skate shop. He's lived down there for over 25 years. Stuart, Florida. It's called 561 Skateboarding. On a side note, our first job together was at a surf skate shop called Island Water Sports. We've recently opened up a public skate park down there in Stuart, Florida. It's slated for groundbreaking later on this year. I think it's potentially slated for several $100,000. It's not a whole lot of money. Everyone down there worked very hard in many years to get the project moving, and we're super happy to see it's moving forward. Finally, we are here today to hopefully have something like that happen here in Flagler County as well. If you're not aware of the popularity of skateboarding, I think you heard about it already from the young lady. Grosses close to $5 billion a year as an industry. It's recognized as an Olympic sport for almost 6 years now, so the sport is not going anywhere. The trend is not dying. More people are skateboarding, regardless of their age, now than they ever have. And now you can tell why, because like I said, I've been doing it for over 40 years, and some of my first longest memories are from skateboarding. It's taught me discipline, it's taught me camaraderie, it's taught me giving countless amounts of friendships, relationships. It's opened doors in many ways than I can even express today. It's kept me from getting in trouble and sometimes gotten me in a little bit of trouble. I was interested in the possibility of throwing a skate contest at Wadsworth Skate Park a little over a year ago. Unfortunately, most of the ramps have been torn down and some are in a rather dilapidated state. I inquired with the Department of Parks, or the Parks Department, on throwing a contest, and they told me they had about $20,000 allocated for rebuilding the ramps. I thought to myself, oh my gosh, if I had $20,000 in that piece of land out there at Wadsworth and some of these people here, we could build it for probably $10,000 or $15,000. Skate park is something that the community needs. If you go to Ormond or Daytona, St. Augustine, Jacksonville Beach, you'll notice these parks that are worth millions of dollars. We're not looking for millions of dollars. If we need signatures, if we need petitions signed, if we need to raise money, whatever it takes, the people in this community will do it, and we hope you have your support. There are baseball fields, soccer fields, football fields, tennis courts. I mean, just look down the street at this pickleball court that was built. I mean, that's worth millions of dollars. I mean, we're not even looking for a fraction of that to just do something with the space at Wadsworth. I appreciate your time, and thank you, everyone, for showing up to support this. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Mr. Stansel.
Mark Stansel, Seminole Woods. We haven't been around because my wife and I had surgeries, but we've been watching on TV what's going on here. But now we're going to have city manager talk later?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so I'll hold off on that. But I have something that we as a city, I had so much I had to write it down. We as a city need to look at how we can economize and not waste our money. Stop wasting resources, time, money on projects, such as on Seminole Woods. They put new wastewater pipes in, and they tore up all the grass along the road also and replaced it with sod. Then they drove on it, killing the grass, putting dirt on sections and killing it. What a waste of time and money. This cost to taxpayers and the city budget money that did not need to waste. This most likely happens to other projects that money is wasted. We cannot afford to throw money away like this. Things have gotten out of control in the city and needs to look at all aspects of the departments to see where waste can be eliminated and become more efficient. Additionally, why did they put in a sidewalk along the west side of Seminole Woods going nowhere while there's already a sidewalk on the east side that goes all the way down? Appears to me that some department may have had some extra funds, whereas they could have given those funds back to the city and used, instead of using make work. We see those kinds of things happening all over Palm Coast. Waste taxpayers' money. Oh, by the way, I still don't see a right turn lane on the south end of Sesame on the Seminole Woods. That turn lane has been needed for over a year and a half, despite our calls for it. The right turn cars have to wait and are backed up onto Sesame while the left turn cars are trying to get across. Then back up sometimes a quarter of a mile. Because there's a really vicious curve there and you just can't take off left. We need to do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Jim Black in C-section. Come back to give you an update on what we had spoke about, the drainage issue, how the swales and the maintenance, perpetual maintenance of $14.6 million, and I gave a suggestion of having a solid resin that would be maintenance-free. I got an email from the stormwater drain. It says, case update, work is complete for 00281-610. No, they never contacted me. No, they never called me. No, we never had a discussion. Hello, Jim. Case number 00281-610 has been processed. If you need any work is necessary, it has been scheduled at this time. Please see the comments below for more information. Case status closed. Thank you for your suggestion regarding swell maintenance performance. Our stormwater department is looking into different possibilities to enhance drainage and appreciate the suggestion. Well, I sure hope somebody follows up on this and they are actually looking at changing the method to maintain the swells. Because other than that, this was just pushing it aside and just doing status quo so they can have $14.6 million perpetual maintenance on the taxpayer and $1.5 million for design, for something that's already designed. They have CAD files of the design of it. So how are they getting $1.5 million a year for that design? On to the housing market. I said that we were looking at overbuilding and it was going to cause a crunch in the existing housing market. Well, we got it. We now have 1,400 homes on the market with only 120 selling per month. Prices are dropping like rocks. We have 12 months supply, and all we're doing is putting more homes and new homes on the market, saturating the market, which is going to exponentially dump this market, and we're going to have a crisis. That's not good for the baseline tax for the city either. Because when the housing market crashes, the values crash, the valuation crashes, and we get less tax to do what we need. I don't think we need to be planning 19,000 homes, which is on the rolls. And I think that that big word of moratorium, I think we should do it. Other cities have done it. Edgewater's doing it. So why don't we consider slowing it down so we can figure out the budget? New city manager, maybe she keeps it. That's fine and dandy. We need somebody. But we also need the city manager to overlook the departments that are being suggested to follow through for something good for the city that don't follow through and don't do what you guys are telling them to do. I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hold on just a second, Bruce. Is everyone okay with the last three speakers that are standing, continuing on? Okay, these are the last three speakers. Okay, go right ahead, Mr. Stone.
Okay. Stone, Simony Woods. Coming up from the house tonight, 20 minutes, and I know Reese Stevens was working on this, and it's unfortunate he got sick. 20 minutes waiting on 100 to wait for a light to change. How much money did the city pay Griswold to design this traffic? Maybe the city should go back and say, hey, what's going on here? Correct your problem. The other thing, the poor people in the P section, when Danko was on the council, we're not going to help them. I can't help it if there's low houses and high houses. It's not our fault. Let them bail it out themselves. These things are so wrong, it's unbelievable. Just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Rose Chimicero, 43-year
So
resident
close. You don't
of
have to
Palm
be-
Coast.
You don't have to be so close.
How's that?
That's fine.
Better? 43 years I've lived here. First off, we need a new city manager, and it's not the one that's sitting over there. We need new people. Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you for going forth and fighting for us residents. You're probably about the first mayor that ever tried to make a difference in this city and not be corrupt like what we see up here. I'm hoping that what you have in place will go forth, and those that are illegal in their seats will be removed. And with that being said, I hope that their votes will retract, one, the rate of the water, two, the other person that was put into the seat. Also, getting off task of that, the gentleman here talked about the swales. Now, we have been talking about swales since 2023, when it was brought to the attention of everybody that we were having flooding. I've never seen in 33 years of when I built my house 33 years ago, anything done to my street, ever. So I don't even have a swale anymore. It's level to the street. So I have flooding. There's other people here that have issues that are sitting on the other side that they keep getting the same answer and no results. Just like this person came up. This has been going on for years, that the tickets have been closed, that they ignore it. Now, I know you are not the direct person to fix this, but there is a acting city manager that needs to be on top of the departments and what they need to do. And this has been going on long enough. Forensic audit, we need this forensic audit. Since August of 2023, we have been asking, because there is corruption here. I don't care what you guys think, and whatever gentleman that was here a few months ago saying that it was inconclusive, the audit, and this and that and the other, we're done with that. So I have signed a petition for a Doge, and I hope to God the Doge comes here and exposes everything. Thank you.
Rose, real quick, what is your street? What street are you on?
60 Buttermill Drive.
Buttermill?
Yeah, Buttermill. Mm-hmm.
Buttermill, thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Carol Stoughton, Putter Drive, Palm Coast, Florida. The roads are crumbling. The sewer system needs to be updated. This has been going on for years and years. You can't even drive up Parkview Drive. There's detours all over. The traffic is horrendous. Yet we have those that work for the city making $146,000, are past members of the boards of realtors, and are all for developing this town further. I did come from Edgewater, and we fought the Miami Corporation. We fought another corporation that was going to build 12,000 houses on top of the aquifer. Here we have $560,000 plus from the city manager to human resources to the chief of staff, making big bucks here, giving themselves raises since 1922 of over 25%. Now, I think we need to look into the backroom people who also have assistants helping them. We have to have a moratorium. No ifs, ands, or buts. What about our water supply and the PEP tanks that can't handle and back up? Yet we keep building, and the summit on Whiteview Parkway, I don't know how they got that in there. That is an outrageous sin. Go down Sesame Street. It's like tracts of land, all for the people who promote builders from coming here. When we here, who used to pay $1,000 in taxes, you buy a new home today, it's $5,000 to $6,000. This is a sin. It's time that we need new people on council who are going to take care of the people that have lived here and on Social Security on a fixed budget. Did we ever plan on what it was going to cost for all these people to move in and do surveys? No, just we have an open door builders. Come on, we have a council that will allow anybody to come in here and destroy our town. The past council did it. The current people on council and the people who got in here that we didn't vote for are all for development. And the lawyer should have people sign a pledge and be taken an oath of whatever to tell the truth.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, that's the end of public comments. We'll bring it back to the dais. City Manager, did I give you, when that guy came to meet with me about the skate park, did I give you that documentation?
Yes, you did provide some documentation.
Okay, so I think we should look and explore that if we can.
Well, Mayor, you do have an adopted Parks Master Plan that sets the policies and guidelines for what park priority projects are coming up, but this is a great consideration for the park impact fee that's on your agenda for May 27th. We just finished the 10-year CIP, so if you're wanting to adjust or add any of those projects, we would need to have that direction from council on May 27th as we talk about that park impact fee.
I do agree that it's low cost and high reward. So, guys, I get it. I wasn't a skateboarder. I rode bikes, but I understand the people that are into that sport, and it is a growing sport. You got anything?
Yeah, on the skate park, the county got pretty significant briefings on possibilities for the current skate park and so on. One of the problems was the various people who spoke couldn't quite, do we want a usable skate park that's good enough for, city use and not national competitions? But as soon as we started going down that track, it was, no, that's not going to be good enough. We need something that would be good enough for, national contributions. I do think that there is some work being done, or there was some money put aside for the Wadsworth Park skate park. And I think maybe for the city manager, just check and see what the status is on that. And I do think it's a worthwhile thing, and it's not a super expensive thing. But we're not trying to build a Taj Mahal skate park that will have international competition there. It would be nice, but I don't think we have enough money to do that.
No worries. Thank you, sir.
Mayor, may I just piggyback on that really quickly?
Yes,
Because, thank you. So I had actually reached out to Commissioner Dance about this because I knew it had come to the county and that there was some funding set aside. And if you don't mind, I'll give you his response. He said, a year and a half ago, skateboard advocates brought to our attention various maintenance issues at Wadsworth. Our staff repaired some of the structures, but others were removed as deemed not repairable. I petitioned our commission to replace the equipment that was removed with new at a cost of $250,000. The commission approved this expenditure this year, and he said he would check on the upgrades. But he also said that you all had petitioned for a concrete bowl skate park as an addition to Wadsworth Park, and that the construction for that would cost between $1 to $2 million, and that just hasn't been approved for funding yet. So my suggestion, just to make sure we're not duplicating efforts, is that maybe we get one of the reps from the county and one of us and some of you all to sit down and kind of have this discussion to see, make sure we're not, crossing, we've got our communication right, and just see exactly what you all are looking for. If there is something that we can add on to Wadsworth Park, great. If not, if we need to find a different location for it, great. I just want to make sure, again, we're not duplicating efforts and that we're getting all the communications correct.
Okay, thank you. The audit of the Humane Society, we've already discussed that in the joint meeting, that's gonna, and we outlined that it would be a requirement, and someone mentioned over $1 million as a 501c3, that's like a mandatory thing.
Mayor, would you like me to go through the action items that I took for the Humane Society or the Joint City Council, Joint City County meeting? I took away that the joint board would like to look at only a one-year contract with the Humane Society, and that we need to reevaluate or possibly an overhaul of the reporting, have more oversight for each government agency, the bylaws to be provided to the county commission. They were provided to this board but not the county, and then for the county to look at several options for animal control services, keeping it as is being the Humane Society, the second option being an ILA with the city, as us having that oversight, and then third would be the county to bring it in-house. I haven't gotten any feedback yet from the county administrator on that level of service yet, but the last and final thing was, to your point, Mayor, a Humane Society audit, and then also a capital improvements roadmap from the board.
Yeah, they want them to have a plan as far as expansion and all that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anything else on that subject? Go right ahead.
Oh, not that, sorry, I have
Oh,
another
no,
one.
let me try to clear this up. You got anything else, City Manager?
Yeah.
Because some things, I don't want us to duplicate talking about.
Sure, yes, sir. Construction on State Road 100 is being conducted by Florida Department of Transportation, so that is not a city project and it's not city designed. Mr. Grunwald does not work for the city, and that we have a vacant traffic engineer since 2022. We are working, the landowner is working with us to solve the BJ's racetrack issue at the corner of 100 and Seminole Woods. City Council is considering a charter review committee on May 13th. So council's direction to move forward, if council gives us direction to move forward, then we as the city would do a strong public education campaign to promote public participation in that charter review committee. The cost to date for the city manager search, which is paid to date, is $17,601.50. And the wastewater lines on Seminole Woods, that's a developer project that's being paid by the development that is further south. And a right turn lane on Sesame from Mr. Stansel. That was a discussion that we had during your 10-year CIP and Strategic Action Plan, City Council. So as that comes back to you at the end of May, if you want us to reevaluate that, we just need that direction. And then finally, there was mention of swales and changing the method. We are going to give that public presentation during our annual stormwater update, which is scheduled for June 24th at a workshop in this room. It's 9 a.m. And I believe that's all the notes that I took, Mayor.
Okay, as far as Rose's Street, can we check and see what maintenance has been done on that?
Absolutely.
Or if it's in the queue?
Yep, and that was Buttermill Drive.
Yes, yes, ma'am. And also, if it comes down to it, could we do eminent domain on that piece of property? If it came down to it, behind racetrack?
Marcus?
Oh, I'm sorry, Marcus, go right ahead.
I'm not going to shoot from the brief here. I would need to do a little more research to give a more accurate answer on that area.
Okay, well, it's not that big of a parcel.
I know what parcel you're talking about. Let me get with my team and we can look at it.
That would relieve so much traffic out there on Seminole Woods. Those we're going to talk about in a bit. Any other members of the council have anything to talk about right now? And follow up? Yes, Councilman Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate the support for skate park. I view our coastal community having a strong surf culture, and I view the skate culture as an extension of that. So just wanted to publicly give my support for that and looking through our strategic action plan and funding for that and working with the county to try to find funds to get that done. The other thing that the priorities that came out of the joint county city meeting for a potential change in our animal services agreement. So we also discussed trying to find a way for the city and county to also kind of put some money away as part of internal CIP program. So not just require that Flagler Humane Society have a plan for their growth, but also look towards potentially having a secondary shelter that would be able to kind of take some of that burden away from them so that they can handle what they can be good at and we can handle what we can be good at. But to the point, I think that was made at the podium, right now we're in kind of like a single source situation. So that's why we decided ultimately to kind of go with a 1-year contract. So we don't have the ability to just walk away right now, but want to relook at it in a year and try to plan for that in the future. I think that's all I got.
Okay, yeah, I would agree with you. Being the sole provider, it limits your control and really, one want to say competition, but other means of taking care of the animals. Vice Mayor, did you have anything?
Just really quickly, Mayor, I did want to thank you for your statement to the public, just to remain civil and let's kind of lower the temperature a little bit. I know there's been a lot of very hot and heated and passionate discussions out on social media, and while I'm appreciative of our residents being engaged, I think that your statement came at a very needed time, and so I want to thank you for that and also echo your sentiment.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Sullivan?
Just to follow up on the racetrack situation with BJ's, that's an issue that's been working for a long time. There's one other solution, and that is you go just a little bit south of the racetrack property and build the access road there. Racetrack is never going to agree without a lawsuit to give up business. And so you're right. I mean, it's going to be take the property, or I think there is an alternate way in property just adjacent to the south for that road.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Councilman Gambaro, did you have anything?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I like the idea of the skate park, so look forward to continuing the conversation and seeing how we can move that through our priorities in conjunction with the county. Mr. Mayor, the only thing, efforts of, continued efficiencies and just wanting to allow more time for the organizational topics this evening. I'd like to ask consensus from the council to quickly move through our administrative business items. So minutes, appointment, ordinances, resolutions, and consent, so we can come back and have more time to talk through the organizational portions, which would be capital improvements, draft ethics complaint, settlement, and liaison appointments.
Yeah, I think we're moving along pretty well.
Yeah, I think that's just the order of things.
It's just the order of business.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I
go
forgot
ahead.
one comment.
Go
Do you
ahead.
mind? Sorry.
Yes, Vice
I did want to address Jim's comment about the resin, because you and I had discussed that. I actually did follow up with staff and asked that we make sure that that explanation specifically and any other proposed resolutions that we're looking at be included in the June 24th presentation. So we are going, because we've had a lot of people, and I'm grateful for it because I'm not an engineer, so I want to hear all the possible resolutions and ideas that people have. You weren't the only one, so I've asked that any suggestions that we've had, that we've looked at in order to address the swale issue be a part of that presentation. I'm sorry that you got that response, but that is specifically being included in that presentation. So I wanted to make sure I let you know.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anything else? Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on to item F, minutes. We have the minutes from the April 15th business meeting, the April 22nd workshop, the April 24th special workshop meeting, and the April 29th special meeting, and the May 1st special meeting. Man, we're doing a lot of meetings now. Before we get a motion to approve the minutes, I would like to amend the minutes for April 29th and May 1st, and I hate to put it on you, Ms. Cook, but I would like the total text of those minutes in the record, not a summation of comments. I want the total comments in those, because some of this is going to be going through the Ethics Commission or Committee. Is it Commission or Committee? And I'd like the full text of those minutes as if it comes down to being evidence.
So a transcript for?
Yes, a full transcript of the meeting.
Entire meeting?
Those two meetings, yes, ma'am. Do I have any objections to that?
I would just ask that if we're going to do a transcript, we should do a transcript just for completeness of anything or any meeting that is discussing the ethics issue at all, that the entire transcript for all of those, just so that we're not cherry picking, but that's it.
Okay.
Otherwise, I don't have an issue.
That's fine. So if you can go back and research, Ms. Cook, from the beginning of this until now, and we get the full minutes on the record, total transcript. Do I have any objections to that on the dais? Okay, thank you. So can I get a motion to approve those minutes, or do we have any amendments to the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve with obviously the ask from the mayor and then my additional ask for the transcript for those specific meetings.
Second.
We got a second. Do we vote? I'm sorry, do we say all and I, or vote?
All in favor?
All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we are straight on that. Okay, we're moving on to item G, organizational discussion of city manager search. Is Mr. Doug Thomas available?
No, but Ms. Fuller can come up if she can, just to answer any questions. We spoke to Mr. Thomas on Thursday. And Mr. Thomas informed us that Mr. Trambino rescinded his application. And then Mr. Thomas spoke with us about taking a pause for now and not moving forward with the white paper analysis because you were down to one candidate at that point. And it was my intention to bring that to the council meeting on Thursday, but Thursday's meeting ran rather long, and so I did not get to bring that to your attention. I did speak with many of you about that item, and then Mr. Thomas told us on Monday that Mr. Huff rescinded his application, and so that is where we are as of now.
Okay, I wish I thought Mr. Thomas was supposed to be here tonight. He was in the area.
He was, but just considering we do have to pay him for every single visit, and we can relay any direction that you would like to Mr. Thomas.
Okay, I personally, and me and Marcus talked about it a little earlier before the meeting. The way we went about that, it should have been done in this chamber. To get this job right now, it's like the Thunderdome. 2 men enter, 1 man leave. And my specific guidance on when we received notification that Mr. Trambino had rescinded his consideration, my text to the city manager and the attorney was onward and upward. We continue to process. And we did not continue to process. And our exiting strategy when we left that meeting was to allow both gentlemen to submit white papers before our next meeting. And Mr. Trambino requested to rescind his consideration, which he did. But that day, after that meeting, when I talked, I called both of those gentlemen to apologize on behalf of the residents of the city. And I did not reach Mr. Trambino, but I did reach Mr. Huff. And me and Mr. Huff had a lengthy conversation, not too long, maybe 15 minutes. But I told him, still submit the white paper. I said, please submit the white paper. And as a matter of fact, when I made that from the dais when we were talking about the white paper, I said, Mr. Huff is a retired colonel from the United States Army. He could have that white paper done by midnight. When I called him that day after, he said he didn't know what happened in the meeting. He said his wife was watching, and he was in another meeting with the county that he works with. And he got home, and he went through, and he watched the meeting, and he started writing the paper. He wrote the white paper, and when I spoke to him on that day, he said that, he worked to 2 o'clock in the morning writing the white paper, which I knew he would because he's a level-headed, analytical professional. And he wrote his white paper. And on Thursday, let me see if I can pull up my text. On Thursday, let me see. I'm sorry, you're going to have to bear with me because this is kind of a big deal. Okay. I think on Sunday I reached out to Mr. Huff again because I was under the impression that he was going to submit his white paper. But earlier I had seen the article where Pierre Tristan said that all the candidates had withdrawn from consideration. Well, to me, Mr. Huff would have considered withdrawing from the candidacy if Mr. Thomas had not told him that there's a pause at the city level and don't worry about the white paper. So, and this is my text to Mr. Rich Huff on Sunday at 3:01 p.m. I said, Rich, I said, hi, Rich. I said, did Doug Thomas advise you not to complete and submit the white paper as requested? Mike Norris. This is his text back to me Sunday at 5:38 p.m. I was told to hold off as there was developments that were to be discussed on Tuesday. I sent him a message the following morning, Friday, to no longer consider my candidacy, and I wish you all the luck. So we are putting our thumbs on the scale of this selection process. We paid $17,000, that's what the number was just given, for this selection process. And we all agreed going forward that those two men were the most qualified for the position. A couple of the criteria in the whole scope of work was someone that was looking to move up in an organization of larger size, a department head or something like that that was moving to move up. Because the chances of a professional is trying to have a successful career of going backwards or maintaining at a resident level of a population of 108 is not very likely. They're moving up. So we were looking for people that were in department level positions moving up. Another criteria for a lot of us was prior military experience. And we sat here and we went through all those applicants, the initial round. We narrowed it down further, and we wound up with two gentlemen that were more than qualified for the position of city manager in the city of Palm Coast. And we sat here on this dais, and as far as I know, I'm the only person that compromised. I voted for both of those gentlemen because I said up front at that meeting I would be perfectly happy with either one of those gentlemen coming in to be our city manager. So what I would like to know among the council and the staff, city manager, is why Mr. Doug Thomas felt or got direction from this city to tell Mr. Huff to don't worry about writing the white paper. And I actually, I think I texted him later and said, I told him, I said, don't worry about it. Go ahead and submit the white paper. Specifically, go ahead and submit it. Because as far as my guidance to the city staff, the city manager, was we continue on. We had set our criteria during that last meeting, Vice Mayor, am I correct? We said 2 white papers. Please submit a white paper to tell us about your experience in budgeting.
Yes, that was the direction for both.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what happened. We have the media out there trying to get us to let Lauren stay in the position. Lauren doesn't want the position. Lauren wants to go back to her assistant city manager position unless things have changed, which she has not informed me of. And Lauren is not a resident of the city of Palm Coast. She lives, someone said Ormond Beach, but I thought you lived in Flagler Beach. So Lauren is not a resident of the city. And, you know, that we can do exceptions for that, and we can change, we can do things. I think you have to be within the city within 6 months, if I read the charter correctly. I hadn't looked at that part in a while. But I would like to know from my colleagues up here and the city staff, HR director, city manager, why was Mr. Huff told not to complete that paper as requested from this council?
I mean, I can, jump in here, Mayor, and just.
Not jump in, I'm asking a question. If you have an answer, please do.
Sure. Just as I mentioned before, Renina and I spoke to Mr. Thomas, and he recommended that we pause for now that the circumstances had changed, that Mr. Trambino had recused himself from participating further, and that I understand the direction was from the dais to have them both do it, but since the situation had changed, Mr. Thomas recommended pausing. It was my intention to bring it up to you Thursday afternoon, but it was a long meeting, and we ended the meeting, and now you're here to discuss it. So if you'd like for Mr. Huff to do his white paper or what your direction is for next steps, would happy to hear that from the city council.
Well, I think we've completely, this is an issue, and I understand, Marcus, you understand this is an issue, right? This is an issue. We gave direction for this dais, and everything that we do as a council has to be done in this room. And as far as I'm concerned, it's the Thunderdome to be the next city manager of Palm Coast. And Mr. Huff stuck it out, and he was willing to come in here and take on that position because that is his last move. He is not in a pinch for financial compensation. Him and his family. We invited both of those gentlemen here with their families, and this is what we showed them as a community. So I really want to know. I would love to have Mr. Thomas here because our city paid him $17,000, and this is a pattern for our city. This is the same, as far as I'm concerned, this is the same thing that happened when we hired Denise Bevan back in the day, if I'm not mistaken. We were doing a search, and then they stopped the search, and then they named Denise Bevan. So these are very poor business practices. As far as I'm concerned, Councilman Gambaro, if I was having, I've actually won when I was an NCO. I won a selection board for the DISCOM NCO of the quarter in 82nd Airborne Division because I was the only person that showed up for that board. And when I walked in, and the sergeant major says, where's the rest of the people? And the S1 said to the sergeant major, well, Sergeant Norris is the only person that showed up. And the sergeant major looked at me and said, congratulations, Sergeant, you're the DISCOM NCO of the quarter for the second quarter of 1993. So can someone please explain to me why we violated the protocol that we outlined in this city council?
Mayor, I don't know. To be quite honest with you, I remember an email coming through with regards to Doug Thomas's recommendation that due to being down to one candidate, and I don't recall what the vote on Mr. Huff was. I think it was 3-2. I just don't recall at this time. But I do recall him recommending that we hold off on the search and moving forward. What happened from that point, whether Mr. Huff, I didn't have any communication with Mr. Huff like you did. So as far as what happened between that point and Mr. Huff withdrawing his name, I don't know.
Mr. Doug Thomas did not have the authority to stop the process. Neither did the city manager. Neither did anyone sitting on this dais that's an elected representative or appointed representative of this city. So I would like, for me personally, as the mayor of this city, I would like for someone that voted against Mr. Huff in those rounds to nominate him to be the next city manager of this city. We have a vote. We call Mr. Huff and ask him to accept the position on bended knee out of respect for that man and his professional ethic and what he was willing to do for this city. Can I get that from my peers?
Mr. Mayor, that's not the problem. The problem is you. The problem,
If you don't stop, I will make you move. Stop, please stop.
none of us conducted interviews in a disrespectful fashion, at our tailgates of our truck. The reason we don't have a city manager right now is because of your behavior. And I think we need to take a break until we get past, I think we need to take a break.
Stop.
I think we need to take a break until we get past Norris Gate. Norris Gate is the problem.
Come to order. I'm not going to tolerate it. Please. Well, to answer your question, Councilman, I can interview anybody, any damn where I want to. I am a singular member of this council, and I have the right to do what I want to do. If I want to interview them at Starbucks, I could do that. But when my personal conversations anywhere in this building is either recorded, videotaped, or gossiped, that's a problem. I chose to interview them out in the parking lot. Well, one, they're not from Florida, and you might be able to handle the heat in Florida. But you have no right at all to say where I can interview anyone. As far as I'm concerned, that picture of me interviewing Mr. Huff was taken by a city employee. And that city employee probably works on the second floor. And then it immediately goes to the media to say, look at what Mayor Mike Norris is doing. So I don't want to hear that anymore. So that is what I would like from my colleagues on here. Because I was the only person up here that compromised on that job. Mr. Sullivan has some issues with audio and video. I can understand that. But I think Mr. Sullivan said if I had to choose at this time, I would choose either one of those gentlemen because they're both more than qualified for that position. And that's what I would like. So I would like for someone that voted in the negative to nominate Mr. Huff for that position, and we call him and offer him this job. And because he did make a mistake. I think when I talked to Mr. Huff, he said that whatever he said, like 163 for salary. He said he made a mistake and it was like 198. But for someone with that level of experience, and you should know that, Councilman Gambaro, a retired colonel from the United States military, his wife was a mayor. His wife was a mayor, so he knows the political environment. So that's what I'm asking. Other than that, my next motion will be to terminate SGR from serving our city for violating their contractual obligations.
Mr. Mayor, so just want to make sure we're doing the point of order. So want to make sure you're asking for a motion. So you're not making a motion, right? Okay.
I'm asking for my city council.
Understood. Just want to, so we're not at that second motion yet?
Yes.
Okay. Want to make sure we're keeping order.
So Mayor, if I may, I was very vocal about my opposition to Mr. Huff as far as my feeling that he was not qualified. And looking at his resume, I don't think he's qualified to be city manager, particularly because the largest budget per his resume that he had control over or oversaw was $30 million. We have a $452 million budget. And yes, I asked for a white paper, but to be quite frank with you, it was to see if Mr. Trombino, and of course I would have considered both of them, but it was to see if Mr. Trombino could articulate how he would have been more qualified. Because on paper, out of the two of them, I think Mr. Trombino was more qualified. When they came up here and they interviewed, I liked them for different reasons, and I quite candidly did not like them for the position for different reasons. That's why my vote for both of them was no. I did not think that either one of them would be able to step into this position and hit the ground running. We don't need to be training anybody right now, particularly with a new board and with all of the things that we have going on in this city. We need somebody who can come in, has urban planning experience, has city planning experience, has economic development experience, can handle a large budget, and can handle a very large staff. Neither one of those gentlemen, in my honest opinion, were qualified to do that. There were other reasons that I did not find that they were the right fit, and rather than go into some of those more what I thought would have hit on a personal level for them as far as their demeanor, their disposition, things like that, I did not find were necessary to get into, because it was their qualifications alone that were not satisfactory to me. So I cannot make a motion to appoint either gentleman when I don't find that either one of them were the right fit. And Trombino was one of my top picks, by the way, since the very beginning. But he just didn't interview well to me. I didn't think that he had the right disposition or, quite frankly, the right assertiveness that this job requires. So I'm sorry, you don't have my support. Now, you do have my support to not rehire SGR. I do think that they were lacking in the job that they did, but quite candidly, and please, Mayor, do not say this to disparage you, but because of all of the controversy that our city is undergoing over the past few months, not just with regards to the last month, but the last few months, yes, we have lost candidates. There have been several that have withdrawn when certain news stories hit. So that is, I think, something that we all have to recognize. And I do think that taking a breather, letting us get some good work done, letting us get some positive work done would be the right thing to do before we go back out for a city manager search. And I am with you. I do not want to use SGR again for that.
Okay, I understand that. But I will say this here. I said up front a few meetings ago that the hiring process was tainted by the maneuver of one of the council members at the end, and the sandbagging of someone that I knew and I worked for personally, just because he applied, because he's a technician, which you referred to Mr. Trombino as a technician. So I think that Mr. Huff would do a great job, but we have to get an outsider in here because of what's going on in this city. I will not settle for less than someone from the outside coming in. Because I'm under an ethics investigation, because I lost faith and confidence in our acting city manager and our chief of staff. And I said, quite frankly, if I can't trust you, I can't work with you. And you can count on your fingers how many times I've been in this building since all this mess started. And I can't even have a meeting with a resident without my conversation circulating through the building. And if I can't trust you, I can't work with you. So is anyone willing to make that motion? Okay, I'm, Vice Mayor, can I do that, Mr. Duffy?
Yeah, let's just make sure, so you're handling the gaveling to Vice Mayor Pontieri
Yes,
to
so
be
I
the
can
acting
make a
mayor.
motion. I move that we terminate the services of SGR as our search firm for our next city manager and move on to find another search firm. Can I get a second?
Second.
Just for clarity, move on immediately to a.
Move on immediately.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, you said you would second the motion.
I said,
I'm holding the gavel.
Oh, I'm sorry. What do you still second?
I said I second.
Mr. Sullivan.
Gentlemen, second.
Second here, and just make sure your Vice Mayor is now acting mayor.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Do we have a second? Yes. All right, we have a second for Mr. Sullivan. Discussion? Anything else from you, Mayor, since you made the motion? Councilman Sullivan, would you like to say anything?
Coming in late to the process, I'm sorry that we weren't unable to select a new city manager. However, that is the reality at this point, and I do think that, like it or not, SDR, for one reason or another, was unable to come up with someone in the end who was acceptable, as I discussed at the last meeting via Zoom, that I tend to agree that for the position as important as city manager, we should have a majority vote. Not a majority, but a full vote of all the council members, if at all possible. But 3-2 votes do not lend a lot of credibility to the person who is going to become the city manager. So that's where we were. I voted differently than the other members, but I finally agreed that rather than try to push through a 3-2 vote, at this point, it made more sense to delay. But I had nothing to do with what went on since the meeting. Just, we're here.
Councilman Gamero, anything for discussion?
Yeah, I support not hiring SGR again either. I've had my own concerns with them, but I think we do need to take a pause. I don't think we need to immediately move on to another search.
Councilman Miller?
Yeah, I agree. I do feel like there was, some hiccups along the way, so to speak. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. I support it.
May I ask, what's your position on moving forward now versus waiting?
I mean, I would prefer to pause so that we can kind of get some stability here. I think that's been an issue going forward. I don't know what the timeline for trying to contract a search firm is, soliciting bids, et cetera. So potentially that process creates the pause. I'm not sure.
Okay, anything further?
No, we can open it public discussion.
So really quickly, I'll just give you my thoughts on it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, excuse me. I do want to move on immediately. There's no pausing, because we had the budget cycle coming up, and I'm sure Lauren is fully capable. If we get someone in here, we should already had a city manager. This is like this is a perpetual problem with Palm Coast, and I don't know if we could get. And I would like that as a follow-up, Ms. Fuller. I would like how much money this city has paid SGR over the last 10 years. If I could please get that information.
Yes, sir, I'll get that for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So my thoughts on it are, I think we have consensus, and we'll obviously call the vote after public comment, but to not use SGR in the future. I recall still saying, I'll consider the white paper for Mr. Huff if he chooses to do so. I don't know if he, what happened there. But I will tell you, I do think that it would benefit the city to not go out immediately. And I'm just being very honest with you. There are other cities, a lot of them, when we were in Tallahassee, comments were made back then, before all of this, about how much controversy our city was encountering. Right now, if you do a search for Palm Coast, you don't get the most flattering things that come up. And that is just a reality we all have to face. And we are a board collectively. We have all contributed to that in one way or another, so we all need to wear that. But the fact of the matter is, if we go out right now for city manager, we are not going to get the best candidates possible. We just aren't. Who in their right mind, honestly, wants to come into this? So the fact remains, if we are going to do what's in the best interest of this city, it is my honest opinion that we need to pump the brakes, even if it's for 30 days or 60 days. Doesn't have to be a long time. And I also think that whatever the decision is that we make up here, we need to consider maybe not even using a firm. Maybe we go to your traditional, city, Florida League of Cities, what is it, ICMI? I can't remember the
ICMA.
Thank you, ICMA. There are a lot of other resources that we can use. We don't have to pay another firm. Maybe we try it. If we don't get any good fish, then we can look into hiring another firm. But for the benefit of the city, Mayor, I honestly hope that you reconsider your motion and let's just not use SGR, but wait maybe a month or two before we go back out.
Well, the follow-up, Vice Mayor. Ms. Fuller, do we use the traditional recruiting platforms like Indeed, LinkedIn, all those services, Monster, all those? Do we use those?
Yes, sir, we do.
Well, I will amend my motion to start and have our human resource manager put out that job description. We paid for all that data. We paid for everything that we have received from SGR, correct? That is ours. That is
The ad, yes, sir.
all that stuff we paid for. We list that, and then we take a look and see if we can come up someone through traditional hiring methods, which I would have preferred to begin with. But the search had already begun before I was elected, correct? I would have insisted on the city doing that search because I've worked as an HR manager. I know how to hire people. I know how to do searches. And you can find them. You don't have to pay somebody $17,000 here, $17,000 there. That, to me, that's unacceptable. In a true self-serving organization, meaning take care of its own, you can do those searches and do those job listings to find the perfect candidate, as some of the slogans go. So I will amend my motion to do immediately start an internal search with the posting that I can see on all those platforms for myself. Is that agreeable?
As a seconder, I don't agree with that. I agree with the comments, but I don't agree on changing the motion. I think the first motion is to stop the current search firm.
Fire the current search firm. Yes,
Right.
sir. That's the motion.
And I'd like to leave that motion intact, and if you want to do additional comments, that would be an additional motion. I think it's fairly complicated. What you said.
Let me jump in here. So I would recommend that you break it up, like Mr. Sullivan's saying, Mayor. You say just the one motion is like, if you want to terminate the search firm, leave it at that, and just so amend that.
Okay. So I rescind my motion, and I motion that we terminate SGR as a search firm for our city.
Will you withdraw your second, Councilman Sullivan?
I'm sorry.
No, that's my second.
You need to withdraw your second because he withdrew his motion.
Withdraw my second and second again.
Yes.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Any further discussion about the new motion? Okay, we'll go out to public comment. Public comment?
Hi, I'm Mrs. Hatfield, and I've been here since '92.
Ms. Hatfield, can you just pull the microphone a little bit closer?
I would like to let
Thank
you know that I have several friends in Fort Myers Beach, and they internally did a search for their city manager and had over 75 applicants. They have hired a very excellent, qualified city manager that starts, I believe, on the 17th of May. They're a small town, but if their if their HR department can do it, I don't see why our excellent city staff can't come up with a recommendation that will find someone. But no one is going to be found anytime soon because of all the internal mess that we are in right now. I'm very sad about our city and the conditions that have made it so divisive. I just wish that you all would not have to spend 30 minutes discussing his HR history. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Hatfield.
Rose Chumacero. I don't understand why we had to spend, again, the money, 2 years of it, when now we find out it could have been internally and looked for a city manager. We've been without a city manager for a very long time now, and unfortunately, the one that we did have was publicly fired in one meeting, and this is unacceptable. And unfortunately, we have council people that are too much on the fence, and it is causing more disruption in our city and in our government, local government here. And we need to find a fix for this. We can't just keep saying, oh, we're going to pause and we're going to do this, and I don't know. And we hired you guys. We're the ones that said we wanted you in these positions, and we need action here. This is serious. We're a laughing stock. We really are. And like people are saying, you look up Palm Coast and nobody wants to be a part of this city anymore because of all the crap that's going on. We need to do something, and we need to do it now, and we don't need to pause. That's my take.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Stansel.
Mark Stansel, Seminole Woods. It's obvious that we need to expand the search for the city manager. It needs to continue. After going through the applicants, no one meets the qualifications needed to run this city. As Councilwoman Pontieri's pointed out, we need someone who has knowledge and experience in budgets and money management. These are things that we don't want to try to teach somebody on the fly. If they don't know it, they're coming into a big city. This is not a little town. This is a big city. You can't teach them that in 2 weeks. You know, they got to be with it. You know, the city's got enough complicated money issues as it is. We need the best possible selection. Someone who can also have vision as to how to save money, trim the fat, as we say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Rita Maderos, Grand Haven. I agree with the mayor. If Mr. however you pronounce his name, is still willing to apply, why not? In my positions that I've grown up in through my workforce, I had places that didn't want to hire me because I didn't have the experience for this or experience for that. I rose to the top when someone gave me the chance. A budget is a budget. If he's done budgets, I would like you guys to look at his white paper. I would like you to take another look at him, and I would like to, whatever needs to be done for that decision that was made that told him not to do the white paper, whatever legal thing needs to be done, as you did, as other people have done, they've been reprimanded, whatever that position is for our county, I would like that to see that recommendation for whoever put that in place without going with the council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Carol Stoughton, Palm Coast. Ms. Johnson has been in office for many years as acting. Now, Ms. Pontieri, she didn't have experience before except as an understudy and came in office, but you didn't knock her. You never gave the two men a chance to come in here. You blackballed them immediately. Now, you used to work for the sheriff's department and you were let go. I don't think you have any say in telling us all that these two men are not qualified. I think with your legal expertise, you should have abstained. And I agree with the mayor, we have to move on. We have to have a new city manager, and we must get on with the business that is needed to run this city in a non-corrupt way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Duarte?
Thank you. Jeannie Duarte, C-section. Huff is the last man standing, and I believe the conversation between Lauren Johnston and Thomas needs to be investigated. That is critical. Critical. I believe give him that opportunity, put him on board. You know, he's the last man standing. He earned it. He came, he did his due diligence. Bring him on board. And thank you, Mayor Mike Norris, for all you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Denise Henry, P section. I am in agreement to fire Doug Thomas and his group because I felt that he tainted the whole application from the very beginning. He was always injecting his opinions. He was putting up the people he knew, even from other applicants. And I think our HR director, if she's good at her job, she can hire one, get applicants herself, because once that's put out and it's not with a group, other headhunters are going to pull in their candidates. So we got a better chance of that, but I still am for Mr. Huff myself.
Thank you for your comment.
In my experience for 40 years in corporate America, anyone that worked on my team must come with integrity. And for me, Mr. Huff lost his integrity after watching the audio on the meeting on YouTube, and then said that he wanted to change his salary. For me, he then knew what Mr. Trombino had asked for in a salary, and then wanted to change his salary and said he made a mistake. For me, that became a bargaining tool. As well, he knew that Mr. Trombino had backed out. So then he knew that we were basically in a hard spot to fill the spot. So then he knew that he became the only candidate. So I believe that that's a lack of integrity for me. So now all of a sudden he went from 158, now asking for either 195 or 198. So for me, that's not a man of integrity. So that is a reason for me that I would not pursue that candidate. As well, I do believe with Ms. Pontieri, we are suffering. As a city, we're suffering with regards to how we're looked at, whether or not people want to move here, and I think we need to take a very long pause. We are not in a bad position with Lauren Johnson. We are blessed by having her in that position at this point in time, and I think we have other things that are in crisis. And when I thought about last week's meeting to this week's meeting, I said, what have we accomplished in this last 6 months? All we've done is had controversy, but what have we done against goals, accomplishments, and achievements? And I couldn't think of a lot. Compared to the past 7 years I've sat here with flumes going up, developments going up, charters going up, what have we done in 6 months? And I couldn't think of at least 3 things we've accomplished. We need to move on, and that's my concern. So right now, it's not imperative that we move away from Lauren Johnson. Lauren Johnson has done an outstanding job for us, and we were blessed that she was our assistant manager when Denise Bevins was abruptly dismissed by the prior council. And then we were blessed that Lauren Johnson had the skill set to step forward, and that she's here, and that our city is running efficiently. So we are not in a crisis. So why put this at the hot burner right now and be feeling as though we have to take a candidate or we have to put more money into a search firm when we don't have to do that? If you would like to take the talents of Ms. Fuller and say, do a search, use Indeed, use Monster.com or whatever, and she wants to dabble in that pool, let her do it. But I will tell you from an HR perspective, you may wind up with the same candidates that are out there. That's the risk you're going to take, and then they're going to know that we are hard up as a city to try and fill that position. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Shelley?
Thank you. Darlene Shelley, K-Section, Palm Coast. I must disagree with the last speaker. We are in a crisis. The city's in a crisis, and we've been in one since the former board that was officially unelected by the residents of Palm Coast. We placed our trust in the folks that we voted for, and we expect the folks that we voted for to have the opportunity to fix the city as we, the people, feel it needs to be fixed. We are in a crisis because the folks sitting up there, some of which are making 6-figure incomes that they aren't qualified to receive. I was an operations manager for 30 years. When my manager was out, I would run operations and the store, and I wouldn't get any extra salary. That's just something that came with my job. I have a real issue with folks that aren't elected by the people pushing their will upon other council members who were elected. I want to know who found SGR, how long have they been representing this city and bringing forth candidates that fit the agenda, whoever hired them. There was very wonderfully talented folks who came up here that were eliminated in the first round before I believe you even got to speak with them or hear their qualifications. A woman who was very impressive, very well spoken, and you didn't even get to hear her application. When we have folks that are up here that were placed by the very people who put us in this horrible predicament in our town, that are no longer, thankfully, on the city council or on the county commission, they're gone because we did not like what they stood for. We need people who stand for the residents of Palm Coast, the health of our children, the safety and welfare of our families, our property values, our rights to peace in our own homes. There are folks who are qualified to do this position, including Mr. Huff. Whoever told him not to hand in that paper, I believe, has undermined all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Blecken, C-section. Yeah, we are in deep water right now without a full acting or a full manager. Right now we have an acting manager. However, I did hear something about a possible workaround to make Ms. Johnston permanent, to give her the title. My only question is she filling two hats at the same time? Is she the manager and the assistant manager right now? Is she working both jobs by herself? And then think about when you were talking about he didn't have the experience. He was at a 48 million as opposed to, well, when I started in construction, my first job was bathroom remodel for a city manager. I came in under budget, under time. I worked my way up, and the first time I had a $4.5 million bill.
Respect the speaker, guys. Please respect the speaker, okay? Thank you.
My first $4.5 million bill. I'd never built anything more than 600,000. But it made me work harder. It made me want to prove myself. And I came under 300,000 under budget and in 12 months, which they said couldn't be done. You may want to consider if everything else is good, other than that number of his budget that he carried, he might be the right guy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. McDonald?
Evening, Council. Sitting in these seats, going through the whole process, listening to most of the times that Mr. Thomas was here, Mr. Thomas was bad out of the box. You guys didn't see that? Okay? He sat up here and he read resumes for 10 minutes for each one of his candidates. And I commented to somebody, it was almost like he wanted you to buy or wanted you to pick one of the cards in his deck. He didn't want anybody that was outside of his realm. Okay, and the reason I make that point is, and it's not that I have any, that I have a specific interest or whatever, but one of the interesting things was, who would be the most qualified person to run this city if you could go out and pick anybody real quickly right now, okay? Probably our sheriff. He knows it really well. He's certainly got the ability, he does a great job for us. So one of the interesting things that I found really, that kind of blew me out of my seat was, this guy Thomas says, oh yeah, and we got an application here from the guy who used to be your sheriff, okay? Seriously, this guy's a professional HR guy? You missed the boat on that one. And so what I'm here to ask you is this, specifically to your attorney. You need to look at specific performance. Did he have a contract? I would assume he did. Did he fail in his contract? It certainly sounded to me like he failed in his contract, okay, when he had a discussion and he unilaterally, or somebody, or the group of people unilaterally decided to go do the opposite of exactly what this council told him to do. He violated his contract, okay? So you need to be looking at whether he failed in his contract. Did he meet the specific performance or not, you know? One of the other, I just want to offer you a couple different things, okay, is when you do budgets, the size of a budget doesn't matter. It's the experience and whether you can get it done, okay? So whether you have a $3 million budget or you've got a $35 million budget, if you're running the same type of operation, okay, it's essentially going to be the same output. All right, and one of the interesting things about Mr. Huff that I took away from is when you guys asked him, why do you want this job, okay? And he said that he was really looking for a challenge. This place is a challenge, and there's no argument about that. And to your point about waiting for somebody, I think you're wasting your time doing that, because you're going to have the same results, probably even poorer, a year from now, because there'll be all kinds of things written, what they did in Palm Coast or what they shouldn't have done in Palm Coast or whatever, okay, and you're just going to lose more ground. So stay with it, get on it, and get it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Davis.
Good evening, Chairman Davis. I would love to see the accountability that the mayor's asking for, because somebody undermined the dais, and you guys are supposed to be the voice of the residents. So that means somebody inside the city is pushing their own agenda. And I would definitely like someone to look into that, because I've definitely come up here many, many times asking for accountability, and I think it starts right there. The HR department, I heard we don't have a traffic engineer for 2 years now, 3 years, because 22, I heard. So good luck, I guess, because it doesn't look like you're looking for that person either. So anyhow, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Mack?
I just want to reiterate what Mr. McDonald said, because I've talked about this for the last 2.5 years when I started really coming because of the flooding issues. Again, this city does not know how to do contract management, right? He was hired and he failed. He went against the actual dais. Whoever here in the staff told him not to do that. So they subconvented, I'm sorry, I'm not finding the right word, the city council on what was supposed to be done. And I also agree that Mr. Huff should be looked at again. And I also think we shouldn't wait, because I think a lot more stuff is going to come out about the city. So it's going to be a lot worse from this point on. And when people say that we're not suffering, yes, we are. I cannot tell you how many issues I've had in this city. And this city staff, again, I've said this how many times, never does any follow-up, never does any follow-through. You have to pick the cart back up. And they rarely do anything right. That's just the fact of it. It's really a shame because, you know, we pay your salaries for all of you. It's our tax dollars. And so somebody needs to look at this contract with him. He shouldn't get paid the $17,000. He violated his contract. I can tell you that much right now. If the contract was wrote correctly, whatever your standard contract clauses are here for this city. So I'd like to have that looked into, and I'd also like to have it looked into who violated what the city council wanted up here. It's not how it's supposed to work. Y'all really, really, really need to get it together.
Thank you for your comment. Any further public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any further discussion?
No.
The only thing I'll say is I know there's a lot of sentiment out there about why we haven't moved forward with certain people, or you know, oh, well, he'll get the job done, you know, and I know there's a lot of anecdotal stories about people who have kind of overperformed, maybe when they didn't feel on paper they were qualified. Here's the thing. We were looking at 2 candidates that we would have to pull from across the country, uproot them and their family, and bring them into a city to take on what is a very large budget, a very large staff, hit the ground running with a pretty much brand-new city council. That is a tall order. I am not going to gamble our city with that. So I am sorry if there is disagreement with regards to me not wanting to move forward with those individuals. But it is our responsibility to pick the right person and to not gamble. And I felt like we'd be making a gamble, and that was the reason for my vote, and I'm not changing it at this point. So I am happy to allow Mr. Huff to reapply. There's nothing saying he can't. And I even think he would be great for our utility director position that we have open. I think he would be fantastic for that, in the case that he wants to apply for that, because it's currently open. I really liked Mr. Huff for that type of position, but I'm not going to move forward to make a vote for him at this time. And like I said, I would have still considered his white paper. We need to call the vote if there's no further comment. Roll call, please.
Can we get the motion again repeated one more time, please?
The motion was to...
That's okay. Kaylee, do you want to repeat it?
Of course. Was to terminate the contract with SGR for the city manager search.
The terminate?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
You can keep it, Vice Mayor. I move that we direct the human resource manager to create a listing, post that job for 45 days, and we will re-examine the applicants at that time. Can I get a second for that motion? 45 days.
No second?
Mr. Mayor, can we make it 60?
I would rather not. City Manager, when do we start the budget process?
It's already started.
We've already begun the
I
process.
know that, but I'm saying, when do we get into the meat and potatoes, the heavy lifting?
June.
June. Yeah, I'd say 30 days. I'm sorry, 45 days. No second?
Motion dies for lack of a second. Mayor, I'll make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make a motion to reopen internally the city manager search and keep it open for 90 days.
Second.
We have a second. Discussion? No discussion? Yes, sir.
My feeling is that right now, I'm not sure, I guess it's okay to open it for 90 days, but my problem is that right now we're at the low point in candidates wanting to come here and take this job. So, we might, I'm be more like pausing for a period of time before we start the search again, in any form, whether it be the HR director internally or another contractor. I think the idea of using our internal sources to go forward is a good idea. I am a little concerned about doing it right now, given everything else that's going on. So I'd like to see a little bit of a delay, and I'm not sure, maybe 90 days before we start a search again.
City Manager, how long have you been the acting city manager?
Just over a year, sir.
We've had an acting city manager for over a year.
I agree with Councilman Sullivan. He's hired and fired county administrators multiple times.
So the motion, and we got a second, right? We had a second?
Right, discussion.
That was discussion. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I understand wanting to go out immediately because we've had an acting city manager and we want some more, I guess the push is for stability, but I mean, Ms. Johnston has been providing stability, and to bring somebody in here in the middle of a budget process, I absolutely don't think is a great idea. You're throwing a wrench into something that will already be in the process that she already has institutional knowledge of, and that she's been handling very well so far. So
Vice Mayor, are you arguing against your own motion?
No, what I'm saying is,
I'm
there's pushback, and what I'm saying is I understand the need to go out and look for a city manager. What I'm also saying is it should definitely be kept open for at least 90 days so that we can make sure that we're looking, that we get the right candidates, but there's no need to push her out anytime soon. If we don't find the right candidate, then we can always extend it, but what I'm saying is looking does not mean that we're pressing for somebody new. It's just, I understand the need to get somebody in, but we need to be very diligent and make sure that we get the right people and that we're vetting them properly.
Okay, yes, ma'am, I understand. So you're asking for 90 days, we got a second. Ms. Fuller, would it be too much trouble if we get weekly updates on the applicants to the whole council who have applied for the job so we can review them as we go along? Don't exclude anybody. If they look like they meet the criteria that we outlined with SGR, can you please update us weekly, COB on Friday every week, everyone that has applied within those 90 days? Is that too much to ask?
No, sir. Mayor, if I may, I would like to see, again, the qualifications. I know it was a long time ago that we went out, so I would just like to, if we have a new council, I would suggest that this council look at the criteria before we go out and agree on the criteria because it's a new council.
Yeah, so, yeah, let me jump in here. I was going to suggest maybe handle this motion, and if the motion passes, then you guys workshop it, and then you can do it that way.
Trying to get through the mechanics of it. So any further discussion on the 90 days?
Please repeat your motion.
Repeat the motion, please, Vice Mayor.
That we reopen the search internally and we keep it open for at least 90 days.
And we had a second. Any further discussion? We'll open it up for public comment. Any more public comment concerning this? You don't have to comment. You don't have to. Yes, sir.
Yep, that's right. I have to comment because I'm sick of all the games I see played up here. I work for the government. I know how dirty it can be. You guys are dirty, not Mayor Mike. Not at all. He's working for us. I know why you want to push it out 90 days. Y'all forget, you know, we're very intelligent people sitting back here. We see it. And it's really beyond ridiculous that y'all can't get anything done. You work for us. We pay you to be up there. And y'all want to play games like it's high school. And the staff want to play games like it's high school. It's all going to come out. And it's really a shame because it's just really not that difficult. And I just wanted to mention that being that I used to be in contracting, I know how that works when you hire stuff out, you farm everything out of the city. Instead of having staff do it that are highly paid, there's always kickbacks. That's how it works. It's always hands underneath the table when somebody gets hired as a consultant. That's why they do that here. That's why everything's farmed out. It's really a shame. And I'm going to go ahead and say what was going to be my last comment at the end of the session today. You know, y'all work for us, and this city could be dissolved. You know why it could be dissolved? Because there's no benefit of the city for the residents. Zero. Think about that.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Rita Maderos from Grand Haven. I just want to say thank you for your service, first of all. But I think instead of what I see up here is you guys want Mr. Norris to change his character. You don't like his character. He's different. He's not the nicey-nicey, please you. He's to the point. Get the job done, do what it says, and do the work. You guys don't like that about him. He's got a dry character. You don't like that. Work with him. I hear you, Mr. Galbaro, telling me he's the problem. He is not the problem. No. It's everybody together. You need to come around him. He's the mayor. You need to come around him, support him, and help him. And as far as Mr. Huff goes, I just want to say in my work profession as a buyer and supervisor, I always took the challenge. The jobs I went for were bigger. They were challenged. I always got moved up. I got moved to contracts. I never did contracts before. I got moved to contracts. Anybody you put in that position is going to have a little bit of training time. Yes, they can look at it. They know budgets. They can look at all that. You have somebody from the military. He's going to make those judgments. Is that what you guys are afraid of? He's going to make a judgment? Don't be afraid. Let somebody come in and help us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir?
Thank you. Rich Cooper, Matanzas Woods. I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware that some of us citizens are happy, and we think you're doing a good job. I'm proud to live in the city. My family moved here in 1973. I've seen a ton of change, and we always anticipated there should be change, and there would be change. And I think you're doing a good job. Mr. Mayor, I know your intentions are good. I know you present sometimes a little rough around the edges. I think your intentions are to serve the people that are following you and elected you, and I think you're doing a good job at that. On the other hand, I think we have some other wise people up here. Councilwoman Pontieri, I think you're doing an amazing job. You're showing true leadership. I'm proud to be in your district. And to the staff here, Lauren, I think you're doing an excellent job. I don't know what anybody else should expect. I mean, we live right here in the best place in the world, and there's a lot of bad talk I'm hearing about being here in Palm Coast. I don't know what utopia everybody else came from, but I think we got something good coming on right here, and I think people are going to continue to want to move here. It's our job to guide that future and to guide that path. And the reason I came up to talk about the motion at hand, I think a pause is prudent, and I think it's strategically responsible for us to do. I don't think we're going to find the greatest candidates right now. It's fine to look and have it open for 90 days if that's what you want to do, but I think right now, if I was looking for a job, I don't think I would apply for this city. There's just too much going on right now, and I don't think we're going to get the cream of the crop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, Miss Carroll.
Carol Stoughton, I can't believe that none of you know when Miss Johnson, and this is not derogatory towards her, became the city manager. Could I ask Miss Johnson when she became from assistant to city manager?
Not direct questions, Miss Carroll. You have to address the council.
Does anyone know? I mean, you're on council. You should know when she became city manager. Ms. Pontieri. Does she know? Does anybody?
We were here, Miss Carroll, so finish up your comment.
Okay.
We were all in this room, well, most of us.
However, I think it's uncanny that nobody knows when she assumed the position. However, we must move on and get a new city manager, and I believe that this Mr. Huff should come back in here again. And changing of his salary, when the salary is presently $230,000 a year, I think anyone would take that job. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Miss Jeannie.
Thank you. Rough around the edges. Wow, I think I heard that earlier about our mayor. However, Gumbaro, you've been very rough around the edges today. With that saying, 90 days is very long. We have been waiting and waiting long enough. This poor city has, the citizens of this community have been suffering long enough. Johnston, acting or not, she compromised with Thompson, whatever his name is, the position that was supposed to be for where she's sitting. We don't want her there for another 90 days. She's already compromised the replacement for her, so it's very inappropriate. I don't think waiting is a good idea, and Huff needs to come back if we can get him back. I think, like everybody said, nobody wants to come here with all the crap going on, so why wait 90 days and put us through more suffering? And she compromised that whole situation.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, Mr. Stone.
We, when the city council that Afrin ran, when they gave themselves a 60-70% increase, you guys deserve some extra money, but maybe you should look into decreasing it a little bit. That raise was outrageous. That's outrageous. And also, I would love to see another vote on the moratorium. You know, a lot of us talk on next door, and there's a lot of us that agree what's going on here. I would love to see another vote on the moratorium. And what people say on next door, if they don't vote the way we want it, we'll do what we did to the last election, vote them out. So I hope you think about that when you take votes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Rose.
So I want to second that about voting. So those that didn't get that, we didn't get the right to vote for, remember, we will vote, and we will vote you out. We need people that are going to say the right things and save this city and listen to us. We are the citizens of Palm Coast. There was a pyramid I saw, and the pyramid said the citizens first, and then the government came down. We're really the boss, but you guys don't want to listen to us. We have good choices here, but you guys are complacent and not transparent enough of what's going on. And this is why nobody wants to come to this city, because of all the bureaucracy that is happening here. It shouldn't happen. And we need to get this situation taken care of, because we have so much money that's being wasted, and we have a budget coming up, which we're even afraid to even see the numbers of what this is all going to come back on us. And you guys sit up here putting the mayor and pointing the fingers. You guys are not giving us good answers. At least this man's trying to fight for us. This is disgusting.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further public? Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna make it quick.
Yes, ma'am.
I know you guys wanting to wait and everything, but when you look at everything.
Sorry, state your name for the record, please.
Mindy Melendez, the Big Blue House. So you want to wait, but we've been waiting on my house color for 1.5 years. So think about that when we're waiting. Nobody did anything about it yet, and somebody said, you guys haven't done anything in 60 days. Well, if you look about it, that was back on the prior council. So making moves and all getting along and nobody bullying everybody, we're all in a community together. We should all be getting along and not fighting up here together.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And your Big Blue House. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Paulette.
Paulette Hatfield. Let's get it back to what the motion is so that we can get that subject taken care of. As I understand it, the motion is for 90 days. I don't think anybody's going to run and jump into the position. Lauren Johnson has done an excellent job. She's the only one who's qualified. She's our Palm Coast rock star. And for the city to be able to function as it has so well, on May 1st, when Vice Chair Pontieri had to take an 8-hour gavel holding, you all functioned perfectly. And I'm very grateful for what the city has been doing. There are we, the people of Palm Coast, who think the city council is doing a great job. We also think that the city employees are doing a great job, and we thank you for that. I'm not yelling. I'm just saying that I appreciate all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Jim Blecken, C-section. You opened this all up saying that she was temporary because she lives outside of Palm Coast, that there might be a workaround. Why don't you work the workaround while you're looking? Because now it's come to light, we haven't had a manager for over a year, we don't have a utility manager, and we don't have a transportation manager. That's a lot to be lacking. And one of them's been for multiple years. So the longer we kick the can down the road, are we going to be without a manager for 2, 3, 4 years? Or are you going to give her the actual title? Doesn't matter to me, but somebody needs to be in the position. And 90 days from now is after the budget is due.
That's not correct, but thank you, sir, for your comment. Any further comment from the dais?
No.
Call to vote, Ms. Cook, please.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
The motion
Okay.
passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So that's the guidance going forward. We agreed upon that, 90 days, weekly updates. And if you could, do we really need to wait for another meeting to get the listing as she's going to publish it?
Yes, I think that this council should pick the requirements and what we are going to, and that was part of my motion, that we have those come forward and we decide that that's what we want to do before that listing goes out.
But we've already done that. We already have all
No,
that.
not with this council. It was the prior council.
Okay. No, he asked for my input. He asked for yours too, right, Councilman Miller? Before we were sworn in, or right after we were sworn in, Doug Thomas asked for our input on what we were looking for in a
I think
candidate?
we voted on the brochure that went out, not the.
Yeah,
not-
it wasn't the qualifications, because that process started with the old council.
Okay, so we'll go with the qualifications at the next, what do we have next, city manager? Is it a workshop?
Yes.
Okay, do we have room on the calendar for that, to discuss this? Do we have room in the agenda for this?
We got 20 items on the agenda today.
Yes, it's going to be a lengthy meeting.
The workshop?
Yes.
Okay, all right, add that to it. We'll pile it on.
Absolutely.
Okay, anything else on that? But I would like to have weekly updates and to see the people's resumes and what's coming in, once we work all that out. Okay, we're going to move on to item 5, discussion Florida Statute 288.075, commercial development, capital improvement, and allegations of quid pro quo. I spoke to Mr. Duffy right before the council meeting, and I think what we need to do is we need to table this discussion, and I will go have a conversation with the sheriff, because we are getting into legal issues, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Duffy. So I don't think this is the forum to be talking about this at this time, because I don't want to open the city up to any litigation.
So it's not, Mr. Mayor, so just make sure we're talking. Mr. Mayor said that he didn't want to, he thinks it should still be confidential. So I said if he's not comfortable, then he could bring it to the sheriff's department or some type of law enforcement agency to look into it himself. So, and that, if that's what he wants to do, that he's welcome to do that.
Okay, because I really don't want to discuss that. And I will start out with the sheriff, and I'll work my way up to state level, FDLE or whoever, Department of State, or the Ethics Commission, whatever I need to do. But I don't think we need to, I do not want to open the city up for any litigation. But I talked to Mr. Jeremiah Blocker and explained exactly what happened and who was president. Oh, good Lord, who was present during that conversation. So if I can get consensus to table this until I have a discussion with the mayor.
So it's instead of tabling, Mr. Mayor, this would be my recommendation to council, is that the matter is just not even tabled. It's just you refer it.
Yes.
And then if it needs to come back up, you can bring it back up, giving notice and everything to the council.
Okay, thank you. Do I have consensus on that?
I just have a concern. So is your intent to go file a police report?
Well, I'll talk to the sheriff and see if I need to. I think he's the subject matter expert that would be, he's been in politics a long time, and he's been a constitutional officer for a long time. I think he can answer the question. I haven't discussed this matter with anybody other than my closest advisors and my wife. So that's what I would say. Because I'm not going to mention any names of anyone without speaking to law enforcement at some level.
Well, Mayor, your comment was that you received a quid pro quo from somebody related to the comp plan and westward expansion, and that's a concern for me.
I get it.
Particularly, presumably, you received this quid pro quo quite a while ago. We've already had the comp plan come before us once, and it wasn't brought up. So I just have some really big concerns about where we go from here and whether or not some actions need to be taken. I mean, this is a big deal.
But that's why I'm trying to pause it and do what? That's why I had a discussion with Marcus.
Forgive me, Mayor, but why throw the grenade last week then?
Because I just wanted my colleagues to be aware that this happened, and some of those sworn statements were by the people that did it.
But you're hamstringing us now because we have no idea what's going on, and
I wish I could tell you, Vice Mayor, but I don't want to open us up for litigation. I hope you can understand that. But I will talk to the sheriff in confidentiality and see where I should go forward. And I can also speak to my attorney and ask my attorney about it, because that's client confidentiality. I have not brought that up with my attorney for this current litigation, this current case. So I will mention it to him. But I think right now, until then, I would just like to pause it, and there's going to be a resolution to it. You're going to hear about it. It's going to come out, but I do not want to open our city up. I am not about wasting the city's money, and it certainly won't be because of litigation. I don't want that to happen. I don't want our city ever to be sued, but
I think discernment should have been exercised last week is my concern. So, I mean, I don't want to open us up to litigation either, which is why I said I didn't think that this specific Florida statute applies. I still don't think it does. But, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to pressure you to put you in any type of position you don't want to be in or disclose anything you don't want to. I just have a grave concern and think that I would ask that you move expeditiously, because if there was a quid pro quo that was made by presumably a large landowner in this city that we need to be aware of, then it needs to happen sooner rather than later.
and I truly want to get there, Vice Mayor, and you and I had open dialogue way before the election. I wish we could go back to that, but because of Sunshine Law, we can't do that. So we're going to.
I'm sorry, open dialogue about what?
Just having a conversation, just
I
having a
see,
conversation.
Mr. Mayor, I share the Vice Mayor's concerns. I mean, you wanted to have a meeting within 24 hours.
Yes.
And so.
Well, I was a bit pissed off then, Councilman, like I still am, but I've calmed down a little bit. You understand?
Me too, so that's good. So.
I bet you have. I know you have. Yes, sir, what else?
Okay, so, but your allegations were criminal in nature, and I was actually getting ready to say that I think you're doing the right thing in going to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to have these criminal allegations addressed.
Yes, sir.
And confidentiality.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Councilman Sullivan?
Just, I agree with what you're saying now. But my problem is this, that once we're sitting up here in a meeting and we bring things up, you're bringing them up as the head of the council, as the mayor and the chairman of the council at the time. So I think we should be extremely cautious about bringing something up. Then there's no decision made on it, and you leave the general feeling, well, there's this quid pro quo, really nasty thing going on, and there's no resolution to it, and we may never know what the result is.
Well, I feel you caused me to put my dukes up and ready for a fight, and my natural reaction, which it is there. There's an eyewitness, and if the people that did it, if there's audio and video recording in their elevator, it's there as evidence. So I do feel I need to speak to law enforcement. Anything else from the dais?
Yeah, Mayor, I would just ask that before allegations like that be launched from this dais, we need to think very carefully about what we say and do up here as far as there being any connotation of misrepresentation or misinformation. And I'm not saying that there is in this case, but when you leave something like that hanging for the city and people to interpret or make assumptions or whatever it may be, it is not healthy for the city. So in the future, I would just ask, Mayor, that maybe legal be consulted beforehand and that we just exercise an extreme amount of discernment with regards to what we say and when, if we're not ready to put it fully out in the sunshine at that time with full context.
Well, I appreciate it, Vice Mayor, but
And to say that your dukes were up and that was why you did it, Mayor, we are all under a lot of pressure up here.
a defense of myself and my character is kind of personal to me because I'm the one with the ethics complaint going forward. So I can hope you can understand that.
I can understand that. I'm asking that things be vetted and talk to legal. They are there for a resource for us before we put out information like that.
Well, when I'm frozen out and I'm not even in the loop, not receiving emails and that the entire council received other than myself, I would hope you understand my position. So I'd like to, if we could have someone go back and look at emails about any subject that was sent to the rest of the council and me, I think I've received maybe 4 or 5 emails in the last 3 weeks. So I'm sure you've received more than that from staff and the city manager and the chief of staff.
Did you receive the ethics complaint, Mayor?
I don't know, I hadn't looked. Oh, you talking about for my signature? For my?
No. I'm talking about when the ethics complaint was released.
I never received that email. I don't think so, Mr.
It was in the agenda packet.
Okay, but I never received it in an email. Okay, let's just table that discussion. We can move on because we're going right into the draft ethics complaint. So, are we good with that? I don't want to move on without anyone having their voice heard.
You have consensus for me.
Okay, we're moving on. Item 6, draft ethics complaint. Mr. Duffy, if you would, please. You're the lead on this, I'm assuming.
So yes, have you guys see in front of you in your agenda packet, that is the draft ethics complaint. As an update from last week, as you asked for me to call the Ethics Commission regarding Mr. Danko's complaint, and they advised out of abundance of caution, since that complaint has not become final, to not include it. So we will not be using that into in the investigation report that will go with this ethics complaint. So what I need direction from you is if there's any additions or deletions you'd like to make to this, or keep it as is. And also there's a Form 50 that has to go with this that I need one council member to sign for on behalf of the city council going towards the Commission of Ethics. Standing by for any questions.
Okay, Mr. Duffy, at this time, have you received all the sworn statements from the people that made statements? Have you received all the sworn statements, minus myself, because I was asking, Ms. Cook to get me a printed copy so I could sign it?
Mr. Brandon is working on that. I have not received all of them, but he is working diligently to get that from everybody.
Okay, don't you think by this time we should have those?
So the plan is that I would add those to the report because none of the statements are going to change. They are going to stay the same, and that they would be, all we're adding is just, as this council directed, the language that says that these are sworn under oath.
Okay, could you also be very diligent in going through and reviewing the statements to see if any of the comments are, red line, if anything has changed specifically?
Yes, and I will also tell you that Mr. Brandon does do that as well before I get to it. But yes, I have no problem checking that out when I receive it.
Okay, thank you.
As long as I get that, make sure we're getting direction from council.
Okay, and don't let me leave the building without signing mine if you ever receive it, Ms. Cook. Or I have a version. It's just my printer doesn't work. It wasn't in a PDF file, so it didn't print very well. So this is what we're talking about. So discussion among the council. Anyone have anything?
I do.
Yes, sir.
In the cover letter to the report the draft ethics report that we have in front of us, I would like to add a sentence towards the end after the second to last paragraph is additionally. So under that additionally paragraph, I would like to at least let the people who go into this at the state level know that there was a 4-0 vote of no confidence and censure as a result of the investigation done by this board. And just to put that in there, since it's a fact that we did that, and I think it's important for the ethics board to understand that.
Could we all? I have no problem with that. Everybody have any problems with that? Ms. Cook, if we could, before this goes up, could we get all those official minutes and the transcripts that we discussed to go along with it? Is that possible?
If the council wants that, I don't think it's needed, but if the council wants that, we can add that.
Okay, we really don't have to do it. Don't worry about it. Okay, any further discussion from the council?
I want to get council's opinion on, so for some reason, in the same paragraph that Councilman Sullivan was referring to, the last sentence says, the behavior consists of comments towards female staff on their clothing and toenail polish, as well as inappropriate language to intimidate city staff. I don't know why we're specifically pulling out these 2 instances. In other words, the investigation itself has numerous instances of people being sworn at, being talked down to, allegedly feeling intimidated. I'm not them, so I can't say one way or the other. But I don't know why we're pulling out this specific on their clothing and toenail polish. So my question to council is, I would prefer, in order to not highlight or minimize any specific instances, that we either take that reference out and just say the behavior consists of comments towards, or maybe inappropriate comments towards staff, as well as language to intimidate staff, or make a more exhaustive list. I don't have a preference either way, but I just think that if we specifically highlight these two, it could be looking like we're minimizing other concerns and complaints, and I don't want to do that to any of our staff.
Right. I would agree with that, but I still want to put in my sentence.
And that's fine. My statement shouldn't affect what we just had consensus on.
Well, because the reason it's like that, Vice Mayor, is because they've been trying to paint me as a sexist, racist asshole since I began to run for office. But whatever you want to put in it, I have no problem.
So, Mr. Mayor, so let me just respond to that, okay? Because then that's pointed at me. So I'm the one that wrote it. I wrote it based on council's direction, and I was just trying to summarize all the report. It's a 57-page report, I believe. I was just trying to sum everyone's opinion in there. If council wants to make those changes, I'm happy to do that. It was not directed based on your statement. I have to respond to that. That's not the reason why I was there. It was my job as a city attorney, directed by the city council, to try to draft something up, and I was trying to summarize it the best I could.
Okay, any other discuss, I'm fine with that. Change it as need be,
So in order to get clear consensus, I think it would be more inclusive and less specific to this instance if it said that behavior consists of inappropriate comments towards female staff, as well as profane language to intimidate city staff. I believe that better summarizes and fails to point out any specific or highlight any specific instances over others. That would be my suggestion.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I support both edits.
Okay, are we good with that? Any further discussion on it? No further discussion. Well, we get a motion to approve. We have to have a motion, right?
Just a direction, because it was already motioned to go forward. So
Okay.
this is
All right, that's fine.
consensus.
Thank you, sir. We'll open this up to public comment. If you have any public comments, please come forward.
I would just like to know, Carol Stoughton, I would just like to know if the city attorney got sworn statements, and those sworn statements could perjure people. Did he get that before he made his decision to go forward on this ethics complaint?
We can't answer the question. You
Okay.
just have to make your
Well,
statement.
I think it would be proper for him to have gotten these hearsay complaints to get sworn statements on the perjury of law, that these people are attesting to true facts, sworn on a Bible, and I don't think that happened.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Miss Johnson.
Hi, Leslie Johnson, Palm Coast. I've been requested to speak to you tonight about the following, and I've got it written down so that I can stay on point. What would you do to protect millions of dollars in investments from the extreme suicides, and I say that in quotes, aiding and abetting suicides, murder, attempted murder, disappearances, enlisting the aid of others, violations of the RICO Act? And this is from the less extreme: extortion, running families and businesses out of the area, firing or getting people fired from their otherwise stable jobs, blacklisting via various networking organizations, punishing parents through the children via academic organizations, break-ins, vehicles, homes, and medical records, intellectual sandbagging and gossip, enlisting the legal system from the sheriff's deputies to the courts and higher up to engage in deceit, cover-up, and other crimes, enlisting local media to publicly shame, ridicule, and humiliate non-compliant individuals who won't shut up. The city of Palm Coast is not being run by a league of extraordinary individuals, but people who are willing to bury, cover up, and deflect the truth. Now, this comes from the lowest of many who are employed by the city to others as high as, well, as high as they can go, such as developers, contractors, and attorneys who do the business within the city. A man inadvertently stumbled upon and became an unwitting witness to collusion between the various entities to cover up various crimes. A lawsuit was brought to the court to speak about these crimes, which were subsequently admitted in a court of law before a judge. Yet nothing has happened, nothing has changed. This information will be made available. Documents, transcripts, video will be made available on the Nerd Hertz website, pcloudmouths.org. Now, this man who's asked me to come up and represent him and speak before you all has said that the events that he and his family have endured for the last 7 years, by the way, include all of those things that I mentioned. Not the suicide, though, but any lesser man probably would have succumbed and probably did. And so he is willing to corroborate everything that I've mentioned here, which corroborates everything that the mayor has mentioned about corruption, cover-up, deceit, and so on and so forth. If you would like to reach this man, please come through me, L. Johnson, TX, like Texas, at protonmail.com. I will be happy to set up introductions between any of you and this man. I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name's Karen Martin. I've never done this before.
Just
Can you
speaking
hear
to
me?
the mic. Speaking to the mic, ma'am.
Okay.
If you move your head, we're not going to be able to hear you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. There is a league of tyrants in this very room who have made it their mission to silence anyone who dares to speak a different opinion. I know this because I experienced it firsthand. After watching a council meeting online, I posted a clip exposing the unacceptable behavior of a resident who mocked and berated city employees doing their jobs by threatening to hit them with her broomstick. Honestly, wait a minute, I'm lost here now. I'm a little nervous. That clip triggered a tidal wave of retaliation for me. My family was doxxed, my home life invaded, another resident notorious for online harassment went after me with disgusting and personal attacks. He mocked my mother's illness, ridiculed my hometown, and made disturbing comments about our home. I involved law enforcement when it escalated further, and rightfully so. I'm sorry. Even now, the harassment continues. The mayor's supporters brag about their mugshots and run-ins with the law like they're badges of honor. They spread lies about that occur at each council meeting, like at last week's meeting, claiming people were removed by deputies. That never happened. Another supporter brought a pig puppet. What is this? Show and tell? I thought this was City Hall, not grade school. All of this is disturbing and troubling to witness. If these are the bullies, it is no question who the ringleader is, our mayor. This is the circus he has created. Yeah, I know, it's funny, right? You emboldened them, and I voted for you. I voted for you, and I regret it deeply. You brought chaos to our city, turned council meetings into battlegrounds, and created a work environment so toxic, it's driving good people away from public service. To this council, I thank you for issuing a public censure, but the time has come to go further. Either the mayor resigns, or you must act by formally requesting his removal through the governor's office. Palm Coast cannot move forward until this leadership crisis is behind us. The staff deserves better, the residents deserve better, and we all do. Let's make Palm Coast sane again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Miss Jeannie.
Okay. Wee-ha. The only one that has made a battle up there, well, I can't say the only one. All of y'all are guilty, but Teresa has really led the pack here. And you should be ashamed of yourself for the wording that you put up against our mayor just moments ago. That is shameful. You should be ashamed. You really want his seat badly, don't you? You want to just slide right in, don't you? Anyways, Marcus Duffy, did I hear you correctly when you said that you will only give the updates of the sworn statements if it's approved by the council?
You can't ask the legal counsel questions.
Okay, well, that's correct. Okay, that is so wrong, and that diminishes our trust in you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rita Maderos, I just want to say
Yes,
the
ma'am.
lady before her, she does not speak for me. She does not speak for many of us. And I would just say, as far as the council and the mayor, we voted the mayor in. So I'm asking you guys to work with the mayor. Don't work against the mayor. If you went after him, Mr. Navarro, when he said he was going to talk to legislative about doing an audit, and when he said he was going to do the moratorium, that's when you came up in that last meeting. If there's nothing to hide, why would you up there not agree to go through the audit and not agree to go through a moratorium, which the people have been asking for, because we don't have the water, we don't have the infrastructure, and we have overbuilt houses right now? That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, Mr. Stansel.
Mark Stansel, Seminole Woods. I know, Mayor, you got your rough sides. You know, you jump through the gun sometimes, but we elected you for a reason. And I had high hopes for this city council. However, I want to talk about support for Mayor Norris. First of all, this so-called investigation is a sham. I've been a postal inspector and a federal security officer, and I've done a lot of investigations. And this one has so many holes in it. First hole is the person who started this investigation wasn't even questioned amongst all the rest. That lawyer stood up here and said he never talked to these people personally, including you. Now, Mr. Gambaro, you weren't even elected. You were illegally appointed, so you have a lot of nerve trying to attack the mayor, Mike Norris, who was overwhelmingly elected by the people of Palm Coast to clean up the problems created by the past city councils. We voted for him for a reason, okay? Now, he's not perfect, but he's trying to do the good job. And you obviously are corrupt and a man with no honor. This city will make sure you never remain in that office after the next election.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Miss Shelley.
I'm sorry, I'll try to make it quick. Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. Every single complainant in this so-called investigation had something significant to lose by Mr. Norris and the council cleaning house and addressing the wrongs that have been done against our city. I'm sure that Lauren Johnson is a nice person, but she has worked alongside all of those that no longer sit up here because we recognized the destruction that came from their decisions. The unwise zone changes, the approval of excessive residential building, zone changes that took away your industrial uses in town that we need so desperately to increase our tax base. They took those industrial uses and they changed the zoning to add even more incompatible homes, residential uses, churches, all of which are incompatible around an airport, for one thing, but also in a city that doesn't have the infrastructure, stormwater capacity, water to support them. I call it a cabal. It's all the usual suspects, many of which have been around since ITT days, many of which still own properties. I'm sure you know them well. Many of them are developers, many of them are property managers, many of them are sitting here in this room. Many of them are the first to attack me, some of the other speakers online, getting us removed for stating facts, for trying to share information, to get neighbors to come out here to speak up for the health and safety and welfare of their children, to point out serious concerns for the destruction of our environment, for the pollution of our community, whether it's lead emissions, whether it's lack of water, whether it's concern for toxic emissions, whether it's do we come here or do we go to the city of Bunnell to try to prevent heavy industrial uses down the street across US 1 from our homes in S and K section? This is insanity. And the previous board and some members sitting up here right now, unelected ones I will add, are part of that problem. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Mr. McDonald.
I just wanted to talk about some of the things Mr. Duffy had said here. You know, as far as releasing this report to the Ethics Commission, I think maybe you better hold off on that. Because my biggest concern here is that you're moving ahead on things, you know, with a council that is flawed. Okay, certainly we have there's a lawsuit going on right now. Okay, Mr. Gambaro is obviously going to get removed for anybody who can read the English language and understand and comprehend the charter. You know, and it should have happened last August. But the thing that's the most concerning about all of this is that this vote was taken on the 29th of August. Actually, not August, excuse me, April. And so on the 29th of August, I don't believe, okay, and it is quite possible, I don't know this is for sure, but this is a warranty deed I received today, okay? It shows that Mr. Gambaro, okay, has bought a property in Cinnamon Beach, okay, which is outside of Palm Coast as far as I know. So this was on the 24th of April. Okay, I don't know if it was even possible, even if he was properly qualified, which he was not, to sit in the seat. And so I think maybe you better hold off on this whole train that you guys are running here, okay, and stop and figure out what's going on. And may I suggest that you pay attention to why people are really upset in this city and why they really want a new city manager is because we're paying $6.50 for every 1,000 gallons of water that we drink, okay? But yet, right on the other side of the bridge, they're paying $2.65. So you don't have to be a math wizard to figure out that that's at least double. So what's the difference? Well, the difference is, have you gone over there? They know how to make turn lanes. They're making 3 new turn lanes right now. Okay, we've all heard, I'm sitting back here listening about turn lanes. We can't get turn lanes made. So what I'm saying is that there's a good possibility, okay, this document may lead to something. I don't know what it is, but it is a fact and evidence. Mr. Duffy needs to consider it, and maybe you better hold off on things. And so I'd like to leave this with the clerk. Is that all right, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, you can leave it with Ms. Cook. Thank you, sir. Yes. Yes, Mr. Gary.
Reference to Gary Kunis, C-section, in reference to a comment Mr. McDonald made. In the water bill itself is the cost of dredging the freshwater canals. Okay, so we're all paying for that, which hasn't been done through the whole last council that was done. So what's being done with that money? I asked for a little bit of indulgence because I won't have the time to come here, and I understand you're going to talk about the speed bumps on the 15th of May. Taking a wife to cancer center every morning in Jacksonville, I won't be here for that. But those things have to go. They're causing damage on the belts of the tires, and if you want to verify that, call Discount or go down and talk to Discount Tire. They will show you the tires have been ripped apart by those speed bumps. Those speed bumps are for parking lots, not main roadways. They're knocking balancing pound, they're knocking the front ends out of alignment.
But really, Gary, I'm thinking about it too. You're a bit off topic. We're just talking about.
I understand that, but I'm running
ethics.
out of time because I
Yes.
got to take her up. You need to look at those things and get rid of them because they're not doing us any good. I've gone over a whole plan with Mr. Alphen on what they use in North Carolina that works. I gave him the instructions, I gave him the blueprints, I gave him the people to talk to up there, and he wouldn't do it. They're what we need in there, not those things that are out there now. I saw an ambulance go by with a customer inside, and they were bouncing all around the gurney inside the ambulance as it went over the bumps. I had hip replacement. I can't go over those damn bumps. Every time I go over, it joints me out. So we have to, you've got people driving around people's lawns to avoid them. Take a look. Go drive down the road and see how many tracks are on people's lawns, people going around those bumps and don't want to go over them. Either they've had tire problems or they know it's coming. If you're on a high-speed road every day and you go over those bumps, the belts are hot, they crack. Gets moisture in there when it cools off at night, water expands, makes the cracks bigger. They're going to have blowouts on the highway. You need to consider that.
All right, thank you, Gary. Any further public comments?
On the motion, is that correct?
Yes. Well, it's not a motion, but it's this.
That's a discussion.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Getting back
Ms.
to
Paulette.
the discussion, I think that you need to send the Ethics Committee the statements as soon as possible. I'm happy to pay for Federal, whatever it is, Federal Express or someone to send it to you, to send it to them as fast as possible. That needs to be taken care of immediately. That's my opinion.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Any further public comments on this matter? All right, seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I have to respond to Mr. Dennis.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
That condo in Cinnamon Beach, I am proud to purchase it for my wife to run it as a vacation rental. I have lived at 11 Wright Crest Lane, Palm Coast, Florida, since 2006. I've owned it, and I still live there. If you want to come over and have a drink, we're happy to talk through a bunch of issues. I live there. I reside there. I live in the district. And I find this extremely interesting from a man that has thousands of fines still outstanding for frivolous, baseless accusations. And you're wrong.
Stop. Keep the gallery down. Are you finished, Councilman?
I'm done. I just need to address the lies from Mr. McDonald.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, Vice Mayor, did you have something? You pulled the mic over. I just figured you had something.
I didn't, I can go next, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to kind of commandeer. So a few things to just make very clear what we all came to consensus on. Number one, I asked that the statements that were made in this report be sworn to add credibility and to make sure that we were only including statements that people were willing to swear to in the report. I made that motion, I got consensus. When there was a motion made to send the governor a letter to remove the mayor, I specifically said, and so did Councilman Sullivan, we're jumping the gun here, let's send this to the Ethics Committee. So for those who think I'm gunning for this seat, that is absolutely not true. I have had every opportunity to do it and I haven't done it. We are following the proper process that needs to be taken. This is a natural next step because there was an admitted charter violation. When you ask for the resignation of the city manager and the chief of staff without going through council, that is a charter violation, period, full stop. Now, there's obviously a lawsuit about a potential charter violation, and we'll see where that goes. I sat in this seat last fall, and I asked to have Councilman Danko censured for his unbecoming behavior too. So I have been consistent. I will continue to uphold the charter. And I don't appreciate the disrespectful head wagging either, or the sending around of very nasty comments on social media or attacking our staff. Please stop doing that. Please stop minimizing what these people have come forward and said they have sustained from people up here or from a person up here. It is not fair to be cussed at, intimidated, whether it was intentional or not. I can't speak for the mayor and I won't. but to be put in that type of atmosphere is not fair. For them to be intimidated, for their comments to be minimized is not fair. Let the Ethics Commission do what the Ethics Commission does, and if it comes down that nothing becomes of it, then fine, at least we know. But this is the proper step to take. If any one of us violated the charter, I would expect nothing less. So, for those who are asking about an audit and all of those things, Councilman Miller has been spearheading communications with Doge. We made consensus last week to send or to have Doge come in. He did the heavy lifting on that, worked with city manager to get that done. Doge will be coming in. We came to consensus to have that happen. We're also in the middle of getting a processes audit done to look for efficiencies in the way our organization runs. So we are listening, we are taking these steps. I wish we weren't here. I don't think that anybody up here wants to take these steps. I won't speak for you all, but I don't think you do. But we have to uphold our charter. Through whatever mechanism we can do that, and this is the natural mechanism to do that. I have nothing further, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anything from you, Councilman Miller? Okay, so we're done with that. We're closed out. We good?
I need someone from the council to sign.
Okay, who is willing to sign that? Who's willing to sign that? What is it? 550? What is it?
Form 50, it's the official form that goes with it. I need someone
Okay.
to sign it.
Yes.
And I'll set them up to do
One
that.
of you will have to sign it.
I just want to clarify, I see on the letter there's signature blocks for all of us. So you want all of us to sign the actual cover letter, correct?
Yeah, that's what the original motion said, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
This is an additional form.
Yeah, this is additional form, yes.
I
'cause
think
it's the official form.
basically you're the person submitting the ethics complaint. Is that what you're saying?
No, I am not the one that's.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
know,
know.
it's a good question, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor. The city council is submitting the ethics complaint. I just need someone to be able to sign the Form 50, and I will then, on behalf of this council, will mail it off and get it set. But there's an official form, which is Form 50, is the complaint, and then it's this cover letter that we have drafted up. Those are the two documents. I need someone from council to actually sign the Form 50.
Okay, you guys need to come to consensus because you know full well I'm not going to sign
I
it.
made the motion. I'll sign it.
Okay, Councilman Gambaro, okay, we're going to move on. Well, we're not moving on. This also, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. I would think the vice mayor would be
Well,
the proper
Mr.
person to sign.
Gambaro.
But he's right. We haven't
We're all
agreed to it
equal.
yet.
We're all equal.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Mr. Gambaro said he'd sign it. Okay, Mr. Duffy, this is for the council and you.
Mr. Sullivan, hold on a second, Mr. Mayor. Do you think the vice mayor should sign it?
I just think in the status we have up here, she
Do
would
you want to
be
sign
next
it,
in
Vice
line.
Mayor? Will you sign it?
As vice mayor, I will sign it, yes.
Okay, Vice Mayor she'll sign
I
it.
concur.
Okay, are we done with that, Mr. Duffy? God, I started to call you Mr. Murphy. Okay, I just want to make everyone aware, this is what I've been advised. Under every municipal insurance policy, every member of the council is allowed to spend up to roughly $100,000 on legal bills in their defense against ethical complaints. When they go, let's see, when the investigation is open, I think from what I'm being told, I'm allowed to have that amount up to that amount of money, and that's what I'll be asking. I will retain my own attorney. So you need to do some research on that if you can, Mr. Duffy.
I'm not aware of that policy, but I can look into it.
Can you research it and find out and get it back to the council so we know? Because if I'm going to have to defend myself, I'm going to have legal representation. Okay, we'll move on. Anyone have any problem with that? Okay, we're on item 7, proposed confidential settlement agreement. Mr. Duffy. Marcus.
Yes, as you're aware, we do have pending litigation that we took. It was for City of Palm Coast versus BBI Construction Management Incorporated and other parties in that case. We did have a executive session. You guys directed our litigating attorney direction for settlement discussions. Now, as the direction of those settlement discussions, we do have a settlement offer in front of you. This is a confidential settlement offer, and this is a partial settlement offer, so this is not with all the parties. So standing by for you guys' direction to agree to this or not to agree to this, that's where we're at right now.
Okay, is this the same settlement that we discussed in closed door? Just, God, it's 10 years ago now, but how long ago was that, Mr. Duffy?
I can't remember the date off my top.
Nobody can.
Yeah.
It flies by, we're getting older.
But yeah, but Mr. Arnold, he's had private discussions with you, and then we had the discussions as a council in the executive session, getting direction. Based off that, he was able to come back and propose this settlement agreement with these parties.
Okay, so do we just need consensus from the?
You need a motion.
A motion? Can I get someone to
I'll motion to accept.
Councilman
I'll
Miller,
second.
we got a second. We'll have any further discussion? What are we looking, well, we can't, can we discuss the numbers? No, we can't discuss the numbers, it's confidential. Okay, well, I know no one knows what's going on this one, but if you have to make a public comment, please come forward and do so. Seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the dais. Any closing comments?
No, sir.
Okay, we're moving on to item 8.
We need to make them,
Oh, I'm sorry.
do the roll call.
Call the vote, Ms. Cook, I'm sorry.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes, ma'am.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item 8, council liaison appointments for 24-25.
Yes.
Okay, do we just need to discuss it from ourselves?
Mayor and City Council, you indicated at an April workshop that you wanted to revisit the appointments, so that information and the current liaisons is in the packet. And I just wanted to highlight that there is a liaison appointment vacant from Councilmember Stevens. He was on the Florida Department of Juvenile Justice Circuit 7. So if you guys would like to fill that and revisit any of your other appointments.
I'm willing to take that.
And just, if I may, I think the conversation revolved around, we had an open seat and we wanted to kind of look at where everything shuffles out. If people prefer a different, board or any changes, we could talk about it now.
Okay, you're happy to discuss. Go right ahead, Councilman Miller. What did you want to discuss? Or I can make it, some of it quite easy for everyone. Since this council has censured me and voted no confidence, I would like all of you to fill those positions other than the joint city-county commission. Since you don't have the confidence in me, you can fill all those positions. So that's up to you to pick whichever ones you want. But I do want to stay on the joint city and county workshop. So pick and choose as you please.
Okay, then we'll go through them. Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, Mayor Norris currently holds that seat. Who would like to take over that? I think we have in the packet when that meeting.
Yes, it's the next page.
So Affordable Housing is once a month, fourth Tuesday of the month at 3 p.m. All right, we'll keep it open right now. I would like to see if anybody wants to take Family Life Center. I'm on it right now, and I can remain on it. I didn't realize, Mayor, that you would be vacating your 2 seats, so I'll just stay on that one. That's not a problem. I'm also on Flagler Cultural, FC3. I'll stay on that one. We need Flagler County Transportation Disadvantaged Local Coordinating Board. Mayor Norris is currently on that one.
I can do that.
River to the Sea, TPO.
I'm already alternate for that, so
I would like to be on that.
you gotta fight it out.
No, as your alternate. If you want to take the primary seat, do we need an alternate?
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's
Okay.
fine.
Sounds good.
Any others, or we have them all filled?
Yeah, SMA, there's a time conflict. And then Juvenile Justice, that was Councilman Stevens, so we do need somebody to take that.
And also, to go back to SMA, I feel like we had a conversation, maybe at Joint Counties or something, where someone mentioned that conflict doesn't exist because they moved the meeting maybe. So can we double check that meeting time just to make sure?
I'm okay with juvenile justice, but I just need to get some information, times. and-
Sure, so it's in the packet, it is, and I do, most of theirs are via Zoom.
It's in your packet. You can find the
Yeah,
details of
it's
the meeting
okay, it's
dates.
okay.
It says meets as needed. I will tell you, from my experience, it was usually once a month, and it's via Zoom. And they'll email you ahead of time.
Where is it?
It's via Zoom, so it's always online.
Is it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Okay, so Councilman Sullivan, you'll take that one?
Which one was that?
That's the juvenile justice. Okay, so the only one we need is the advisory committee.
Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
I'll take it.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, are they all filled? Ms. Cook, you got what you need? Yes. Okay, thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to appointment. Item H9, appoint one member to the Firefighters Retirement System and Trust Fund. Good evening, Chief Berryhill. I'm sorry to keep you so long, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kyle Berryhill, Palm Coast Fire Chief. This morning, we're here to, this morning.
Good Lord, man.
Not that late.
It'll be morning eventually.
It may get there.
Forgive me. This evening, we are here this item is to appoint one trustee to the Firefighters Pension Board. The way this board works is City Council appoints 2 trustees, the members of the pension appoint 2 trustees, and then the 4 trustees appoint a 5th trustee. We have a pension board meeting a week from Friday, and so this appointment is up. We followed our process and we received 1 application. Trustee Hackney is here to discuss that with you, and I believe maybe that the city manager also has some comments as well.
Yes, thank you, Chief. I spoke with Ms. Stansel this, you said morning, so now I'm going to say morning, this evening, and she did not get her application in, but she has applied previously. Her and her husband have had recent procedures, so they've been at home, and she wanted to just put her name in for consideration as well. You don't have that application in front of you, but just wanted to relay that message.
Anything else, Chief?
No, sir, I'm just here to help facilitate this.
Discussion? Anyone? Let's wait a second for Councilman Gambaro. Oh, we really don't need to as long as we have a majority vote, right?
Yes, sir. I can give a little background. This city council appointed trustee Hackney 2 years ago, so he is the incumbent for this position. I guess that's all I can fill, though.
Okay, because that's what I was asking. We still have enough people to vote. Can I get a motion to approve Mr. Hackney?
I'll make a motion to appoint Mr. Hackney.
Okay, we got a
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion? We'll open up, for public discussion. Mr. McDonald, you have something to say?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Robert McDonald, Palm Coast.
Yes, sir.
I'm opposed to the appointment, not because he's one of my brothers, but because the policy is wrong. 2 years ago, I volunteered and was appointed to that same committee. I was appointed and became the vice chairman of that committee because it was to represent the volunteers, not the paid. We came before this council at the time, and the gentleman who is seeking to be reappointed was appointed or elected by the city council. I opposed to it back then because of the fact that he's a paid fireman. You can't be a paid fireman and represent the volunteers. Can't do that. Now I understand through Chief Berryhill that they checked with the attorney and now you can do that. Well, Won't be the first time, it won't be the last time I argued with an attorney. The position is to represent the volunteers. I was a volunteer fireman in New Jersey for 20 years. We don't get paid. I don't have I have utmost respect for every firefighter, no matter volunteer, paid, semi-paid, whatever you want to call them. But you can't honestly sit there and tell me to my face that you're going to represent the volunteers, because the same way that you're going to fight like hell to represent your own brothers and sisters that are paid. It's a completely different pot of money. Okay? The volunteers, believe it or not, they do it for nothing. So I'm asking the council to, you want to put them, you can put anybody you want. Oh, there you go. Do we pay them, not pay the bill? Okay. I'm asking the council, you got to get a better interpretation from the city attorney. Because as much as I love my brother, and I don't even hardly know him, okay, you can't possibly have a paid fireman representing the volunteers. You can't do that. But you guys are going to do what you want to do.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Yes, Mr. Davis. On this subject, sir.
It is. I'm a volunteer as well, so I'm just going to agree with him. You got to have a volunteer pushing for the volunteers. A paid member is going to shut the volunteer service down. How do I know that? That's what happened in Virginia to my dad. He was a volunteer chief, and the county did the same thing. So you definitely need a volunteer representing the volunteers. That makes a lot of sense. Paid people don't need to be representing volunteers. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Davis, are you applying?
Any further public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Chief, you had something?
Yeah, well, I would just like to provide some clarification. Definitely while Mr. McDonald, who is a brother of mine as well, represented the pension board, it was a volunteer firefighter's pension. Since that time, the council has taken action to have two tiers, a volunteer tier and a career or paid tier for that pension. So the paid members entered that pension this calendar year. It was action taken in the previous set of union negotiations. In the state of Florida, I actually met, we were in Tallahassee for Fire Service Day at the Capitol, and on our way home, we met with the Chapter 175 State Pension Authority, and we were one of very few pensions in the state that includes benefit for volunteers. And there's been no changes made to the volunteers' benefit. And my understanding is that the trustees are there to represent and to execute the ordinance or resolution that's been passed by the city. So, and our city definitely creates a pension for career or paid firefighters and a pension for volunteers that serve 5 years of credited service as well. So there's 2 different tracks of pension associated with the current system, and they're both for paid and volunteers. When we made that change, the pension board was renamed and the ordinance was renamed from Volunteer Firefighters Pension Fund, which it was for the 24 years of the previous city. I think it actually started in 2002 or 3, so around 20 years, to the Firefighters Pension Fund. And to use money that we use from the state that's a part of, that's specifically designated for this fund, we would be very, very rare, and we were for many years, to only use it to fund retirements for volunteers and not to use it to fund retirements for our paid firefighters as well.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor?
Sorry, I just want to make sure there's no conflict of interest, so forgive me if it feels like I'm belaboring the point, because I recall that I don't want to get into the substantive negotiations regarding the pension for the firefighters, but I recall that a change to the paid firefighters pension could potentially negatively affect the volunteer pension. So I want to make sure that that conflict no longer could exist in the future, because to the extent it does, obviously that could present a problem.
Well, there is, I'm going to answer two ways. One, the funding for this pension was so much greater than what we could possibly pay out to volunteers that they did receive an overage check, a 13th month. And now that we're using it to supplement the funding for their career pension, the 13th month is no longer going to go forward. There won't be extra funds. Always the pension system was designed to fund the monthly benefit, and then if there was additional funds over that to continue to keep it viable, they would issue a 13th month or a share plan check associated with that. So the conflict of interest wouldn't be, though, on how we allocate the funds. That's the design of the plan as per the resolution or the ordinance as drafted and approved by this council. But the other question as to whether or not a paid firefighter could be appointed by the council or a volunteer fire or any other member, that was brought up by the pension board to the pension attorney. We have a consultant who hopes to administer the plan that the trustees appoint. And both parties definitively stated that it is okay and that it's a very common practice for cities to do what you did last year. So that was whether it was appropriate for Trustee Hackney to continue as this transition was the question, and it was that yes, he is appropriate to continue and to be appointed again.
Is there another representative of the volunteer board? I mean, have they discussed this? I mean, Mr. Hackney is very well regarded, I know. And I respect you very much, and thank you for stepping up and being willing to do this. I just want to make sure that we're being very fair and we're considering everybody in this.
So the membership vote of the two trustee positions is a membership, so a volunteer and a paid firefighter has an equal vote today. There is one of the membership positions up at this time as well, and that vote was ongoing through last week. I don't know the results of that vote yet, but prior to that vote, there was 2 volunteers in the member-appointed positions, and regardless, there was a volunteer member and a career member up for that spot, but regardless of the results of that, there will continue to be 1 volunteer member. The chair is actually one of the volunteers today. So that is the makeup, I guess you'd say, of it today. And that member will be up for reconsideration next year, and you will have the opportunity to appoint an additional member next year.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So everything's legal, right, Marcus? It's allowable what we're doing. We're not breaking the law. Okay, thank you. Any further discussion from the dais?
Nope.
Ms. Cook, call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we're moving on the I ordinance of the second read, item 10. City Attorney, please.
Ordinance 2, we have an ordinance for 2025, adoption of the 2050 comprehensive plan.
Is there a presentation, or we're just going through and making a motion?
I think they're coming up. They're going to, Mr.
Yes,
Tyner, Mr.
staff
Papa.
is prepared a presentation. It's located in your agenda packet. Just as a refresher, City Council, we had your special workshop where you provided direction on some of the elements, specifically the element for the future land use map as well as the housing element. We then took those comments and made some adjustments and went to Planning Board, and Planning Board's recommendation is included in this presentation, and then we are here for second reading of final transmission of the comp plan tonight. And Jose and Ray have long awaited this process and are diligently ready to go get started on your LDC work, which is required after this step. So go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Papa, go right ahead.
Thank
sir.
you. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Jose Papa for the Community Development Department. And I'll just try to be brief or quick through this presentation. Just to review how we got here. through this adoption process. It started, of course, with the process to update the comprehensive plan with numerous public input through various means. That update was then provided to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board in August of last year. And of course, previous City Council held a transmittal public hearing on that same document on August 27th of last year. It was transmitted to the state and to other review agencies. We received a letter from the Department of Commerce, or Florida Commerce. That's the state land planning agency, who provided technical assistance comments. We received that letter, and from that date, the city has 180 days to adopt with changes, or not adopt those proposed amendments. And so, with a new council, essentially a new council sitting, as the city manager mentioned, we held additional public workshop and made adjustments to certain elements and policies in the comprehensive plan. In order to do that, we needed an extension, and that one was granted. That would allow us to adopt this by July 4th of 2025. And so consistent with that process, those changes that were suggested by City Council were presented to the Planning Board for a recommendation. Planning Board held that public hearing last month on April 16th, and so we are here tonight to review or to present the comments from Planning Board regarding the direction that City Council gave staff at those public hearings or public workshops that were held, I believe, in March and February. So the first amendment, and this was essentially to clarify, and this was a clarification that essentially that as the way that the policy reads now and as proposed, there was to be just one singular master plan development within what would be the master plan mixed use, and there were no comments from Planning Board regarding that. The second one.
Excuse me. I just wanted to ask a question about that. I don't recall that specific, and maybe the vice mayor might be able to.
Sure.
But I don't recall that specific ask.
Yes, and that, I'm sorry, Councilman, yeah, yes. And I just want to be clear, that, yes, that did not come from City Council.
Okay.
That was staff. I think we have numerous conversations with those landowners, and we've gone back and forth. Essentially, what staff's goal is to provide clarity that if we were to be presented with an MPD, a master plan development, that we would get a better, the additional information that we would need, really, that maybe one encompassing MPD would provide, or in some shape or form. And this is just to avoid the piecemealing of, if we were to get the backbone for.
I think I understand where you're going with this. Like, for instance, which obviously we'll talk on the next slides, but yes. You know, certain percentages that we're requiring for industrial or green space or open space, if we're breaking it up into smaller pieces, we don't know where ultimately that overall requirement comes from, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's, the language is proposed like that by staff to provide some surety of, or in some shape that we're able to track the other requirements that's within the comp plan for a master plan mixed use.
Sorry.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
I was going to catch you up. I was asking where this single MPD for MPMU came from, that I didn't recall us requesting it, and it was clarified that the reasoning behind it is so that some of the other requirements for overall land use, like 50% being certain things, it's hard to kind of quantify that when you're doing it just one little MPD at a time as you go. That maybe you run out of some of that space and not meet those requirements if you allow it to happen.
So I'm glad you brought that up, and thank you for catching me up because I was going to ask. I have a concern about, because I want to make sure obviously all of the requirements that we need are met. My concern is that we're talking about such a large piece of property, and we know for a fact that we have the potential to bring in a very good economic development project in Project Magellan. And I'm concerned because of the amount of money that one single MPD can take for such a large piece of land out there, that if we only do one MPD, when we know for a fact that even this project will only take a very small portion of that, that we're going to be potentially delaying the bringing in of that economic development project. So with that, I did talk to staff about doing more than one MPD. And obviously I would lean on staff to say, what makes sense? Is it 2 MPDs? I don't know, because we don't, we're planning for, several decades, right? We're trying to make sure that this is set up for several decades. So to handcuff it to one MPD, I'm concerned about. So I went to staff and asked for the language that would be needed in order to accommodate more than one MPD, but still, to your point, make sure, and to staff's point, make sure that we're still meeting all of the requirements that we want as a city to see. So all of the industrial, all of the commercial, making sure that we don't see zoning changes like we've seen in the past, things like that. And they did propose language, and it goes into a little bit more detail. So I want staff to get through this, but just in the meantime, while we're going through the rest of this, to be, kind of mulled around in your brain, maybe more than one MPD makes sense, just so that we're not delaying any economic development projects because we're forcing the full MPD to be done prior to bringing anything in, which we desperately need. We desperately need some economic development. So I just don't want to see that delayed because we're stuck to one MPD.
Vice Mayor, at the end of Jose's presentation, we do have some of that draft language that we can bring up.
Okay, thank you.
And just to respond to that, I agree, because obviously this is, like you said, a 40 or 50 year project, so to speak, and you don't want to define everything now if things change, just like the designers of Palm Coast thought Palm Coast should be designed a certain way, and now we look back and say, hey, maybe that made sense at the time, but now it doesn't really work for our current population. The same thing I don't want to have happen, that we're trying to, map out everything 50 years in advance with no flexibility.
I mean, to be clear, I don't want to change the maps. The maps should stay what they are. Nothing should change as far as what they're going to do in the MPD, just the fact that because right now it's 2 DRIs. Let's not forget that. Right now we have 2 DRIs. So at the very least, it would make sense to have probably 2 MPDs. So I'm not suggesting that we abandon those DRIs. I've been very, very clear about that. We need to keep the DRIs. We're not getting rid of anything until the landowner comes forward and tells us exactly what they want to be in the MPD. I just think that it should be more than one MPD. So I want to make that clarification.
Yeah. And to Council Member Miller's point, the way I view strategic documents, they're living, breathing things, right? It's a plan, and we can always come back and revisit and update as things change. Different economic development projects come up and things of that nature. So, yeah, I think it's good to keep all of our options open.
Thank you. So the next one, this one was in direct direction from City Council, and this had to do with one of the policies for the master plan mixed use, where there's a minimum requirement for workplace employment center that previously language was that it was at 60 square feet of workplace space per dwelling unit that was to be developed. So this has been changed to increase that 60 to 100 square feet with the industrial uses composing a minimum of 50% of that workplace space. Planning Board did not have any comments on that. This one's regarding definitions and interpretations. Essentially here, we just took out basically the language of including commercial, that development for like ecotourism, agritourism might take on the form of being commercial in nature. And I think what we heard at one of the City Council's workshop is that let's leave that language out and maybe settle that during with the creation of a master plan development agreement. And so that's the purpose of deleting that language that specifies between, I guess it would be a commercial, an endeavor that's commercial in nature or an endeavor that's public in nature. Continuing on, this is for the housing element and city council direction. For policy 3116, we deleted those first two bullets regarding density bonuses and ADUs, accessory dwelling units. We kept the bullet in there for missing middle, which as directed, and we did add language in there to include creative design to reduce construction cost as a strategy for more attainable housing. And 3117, probably to provide more consistency with the language we had in 3116, we deleted some of the more specific strategies that were identified and that were directed by City Council to delete from 3116 and delete that also from 3117. In this case, the Planning Board did have lengthy discussion regarding the proposals, and what I'm providing here is a summary of their comments and recommendation. So here, just to go through their comments real quick, the Planning Board recommends that 3116 retain those strategies for density bonuses and accessory dwelling units. In other words, they want to reinstate the first two bullets, and the reasons they provided were deleting the language that state agencies have reviewed is inconsistent with the direction that the state is going, in their opinion. Cite that the state is considering legislation that may preempt restriction of ADUs. The deletion of strategies may make it more difficult to consider such strategies in the future. And the elimination of strategies is inconsistent maybe with the city's objective to attract and create more industry. And the view in that is that you attract an industry which may have a workforce that require more attainable housing units. Regarding the second proposed amendment for 3117, in that case, the Planning Board did not recommend any changes to that language.
Can we discuss that?
We can discuss as we go along. It's open discussion, Councilman.
So I just wanted to kind of bring up those points that they made, as well as kind of going all the way back into the previous amendments that had no comments. But I think the reasoning that we had behind that was, one, based on their comments, the state is going that way with accessory dwelling units as well as affordable housing, making it easier for developers to do that against, our choice, so to speak. And so we removed those because if they're going to make us do it anyways or head that direction, we don't want to give them extra leeway to do that and kind of force that to come from the state. So I think that was intentional to kind of address some of their concerns there. I do have a question about, what everybody thinks about when talking about deleting the strategies and whether that gives that. I think kind of in the same vein, the point is to have scrutiny over those different strategies rather than it being codified within the comp plan, so that if someone wants to propose a non-standard strategy, we have to look at it and approve it rather than it being written in the comp plan and them having license to meet that requirement without kind of any say-so from us in a quasi-judicial setting. Since we've already put it in, they'll say, well, we're meeting your comp plan requirements, and now you can't say no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm with you 100%. I think that if we keep the language as is, it's not precluding consideration of those items, but if we include it, it's something they can hold over our head and kind of force our hand on. So, and agreed with you on the state. The state is trying to force its hand in several of these ways anyway. So I think that we keep the language as we proposed. I appreciate PLDRB's input, but it does go directly against our intent and what we discussed up here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, just as an aside, I'm not sure, I know that a number of bills essentially died because session was not completed properly at the state level, and they're going into another session. So I don't know where the state had an ADU bill in progress. I don't know if that is dead or if that's still being considered, but they're trying. And especially with the affordable housing, there's multiple bills every year that preempt kind of local ability to say no. If you add in a certain percentage of affordable housing, then we don't have a say in what happens with it. And so they're kind of taking that out of our hands. And so I would be in favor of not kind of putting that in our comp plan, because then, as I said, it kind of ties our hands later.
Yeah, and the Live Local is still making its way through, I think, both chambers as well. Their
The
own
second
versions.
version of that.
Correct, yeah.
It's ever-changing. So we're not taking that recommendation, we're just, from the PLD.
That's my position.
Well,
yeah.
do we have consensus for that?
Yes.
For me.
Consensus?
Yeah, I think.
I just didn't
yeah.
have your acknowledgement. Okay, continue on, Mr. Papa, unless there's something else from the dais. Yes, sir, continue on.
Yes, sir, thank you.
So you got direction on that, right?
Yes, sir.
And how does this work if we go through and we're going back and forth on what we want?
So, like you guys just did, what you can do, if it comes up like that again, you could talk about it, and then once there is a motion, you could say you motion to approve or not approve, and you say with these.
These changes. So
Yeah.
somebody make a note of that change.
Well, I don't think it's
Yeah,
changing,
well,
it's
I'm just
just
saying,
keeping.
There was a
Not changing,
recommendation
not
for a
changing.
change,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
we
yeah.
said no.
Yeah, and just say with the already recommendations, and then
Okay, that's what I
Ray and
just
his
want- I just
team will
want-
have enough
I just want to clarify
That's
that.
clear.
Thank you.
Understood. Language will stay as presented here with the strike-through of the strategies and the addition of what's in green.
Yes, sir, Mr. Papa, go right ahead.
Yes, sir. So the next element that's proposed to be amended is based on, is on the infrastructure element. And this is actually a policy that we might have missed the first go-around with direction from City Council, and that has to do with a Citizens Advisory Group to provide recommendations to the city regarding utility issues. The previous language, the language that's in the comp plan now, it certainly, it directs the city to create one, to have a citizens advisory group for utility issues. What we heard at a workshop is that to make it optional, to may establish. And if established, then the group will meet ad hoc as directed by the city to address or to provide a recommendation based on whatever issue the city has at hand at that time. This was presented to the planning board in such manner. The planning board would like to recommends that we look the other way, go the other way, and that to keep essentially the language that makes this committee a more formal advisory committee that meets on a regular basis. And the reasoning for that is that so that you have a standing citizens committee that would be made aware of pending utility issues and would be available to provide the city with recommendations as on a more regular basis rather than an ad hoc basis. And so what we provided at the bottom there is just if that was the way that council would agree with the planning board's recommendation, I think at the bottom is what the language might, how language might read, essentially to establish that. It's a shall establish.
Shall instead of may.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Essentially. Thank you.
Or will. Okay.
Yes.
So we want to take that recommendation or not? Any input?
So I don't recall this direction from council
I
either.
don't remember it either. It's been so long ago since we looked at it.
Just to clarify, Mr. Councilman.
Well, my biggest problem with advisory boards or advisory committees, if they don't have any weight, if they don't have any teeth, they really don't, same thing with the flooding issue. That's, we saw how that worked out. So I'm open to anyone's input. Vice Mayor?
I'll just say, we missed this from the first.
Yeah, Councilman
comprehensive
Miller,
plan.
that's what I wanted to clarify, that the direction from City Council did not come from this current City Council. It was
Right.
at the transmittal, during the transmittal workshops that we heard that, and we missed it.
This
Since
was
we
an
went through
old
it.
policy when we had the Utility Advisory Committee, so, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thoughts, anyone? I mean, I'm not really in favor of taking away something, or not necessarily taking it away, but no longer being a mandatory situation, because I want to make sure that people have a place to, give their opinions, to review information, things like that. I also don't know if, it would be well attended, and, I'm not sure what the impact is here. Let's put it that way.
Anyone else before I can give my opinion? Anyone? Councilman Gambaro, you have anything?
You think along the same lines as Councilman Miller on this one. I mean,
That you should establish, or you may establish? Which one would you prefer?
I think it's,
Shall or may?
Well, I'm saying that's their proposal, was to change it, but the way the city council direction was may establish.
So it looks like from the workshops, the recommendation was to change it to may, and then the review board then said,
The PLD.
change it back to
Yeah.
shall, shall.
yeah, I tend to go with, the direction that we gave.
The previous council's direction of may establish, not will, or yes.
Or the council gave, right?
Yes.
That was before my time.
Are we good with that? Keep it as it was, not the recommendation.
With the may.
Yes.
Okay with
yes,
that.
sir.
I mean, I could go either way, but
Yeah.
based on, you guys have looked at it longer than I have.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Papa.
Yes, sir. And this one, it's staff since we got a second chance to go through the transmitted document, this one we picked up on, and it's just to clarify that, for water conservation measures, if we have tools available, that we would make this available, but if we don't have the tools available, such as the water conservation plumbing retrofitting kits.
So this was something that was caught post-transmission of the last time that it went up, which
Yes.
was the second time that it went up.
Yes, yes.
It's a living, breathing document.
Yes.
Okay. There's no recommendations from the
I'm sorry, planning board did not have any.
Yeah, there's no
comments.
recommendations on that. Okay.
Yes. Moving on to coastal and conservation management element. Again, this is just a change to establish consistency with procedures, and maybe to even clarify what those procedures are. And it's just to clarify that the city is a support agency when it comes to doing bird counts, and that's usually the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission that takes that lead. And so what you have in the strike-through and underline at the top is the proposed language that was presented to Planning Board regarding how that process works. What the Planning Board recommended is that they just wanted to maybe promote the involvement of volunteer groups in these bird surveys. And so the language at the bottom in the black and red is our attempt to incorporate Planning Board's recommendation that we involve citizens groups when we support Florida Fish and Wildlife with these bird counts. And so that's what's proposed at the bottom. So the way it would read, if I may, is that the city shall collaborate with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to promote an annual survey of bald eagle nest and other bird species within its jurisdiction. The survey, conducted with the support of volunteer citizen groups, will aid in the identification, education, and protection of bird species throughout Palm Coast.
And Jose, we still have, or Ray, we still have an very active Audubon group.
Yes, ma'am, we do.
They were one of our stakeholders through the comp plan process.
Okay, keep it or go with the recommendations of the planning.
I'm
board?
good with the recommendation. I think more community involvement and things like this is good.
And collaboration with the Fish and Wildlife
Okay.
Conservation Commission, I think it
I'm
makes
okay.
sense.
Bald eagles aren't endangered species anymore.
Hey, don't say that. I know they aren't, but still protect the bald eagle. Yes, so we're consensus to go with the recommendations? All right, thank you, Mr. Popper, move on.
Yes, so the next amendment, it has to do with the CIE capital improvements element, and here it's just an amendment to incorporate the most recent CIP that was adopted by City Council. That's to be consistent with state statutes. With the transmittal document, the one that was sent up back in August of last year, it was the previous CIP. It would have been from 24 to 28. That was included as part of that transmittal. But now that we have a newer CIP, that's the 25 to 29, it's going to replace that 24 to 28 CIP. I'm sorry, and the planning board did not have any comments on that. And the last thing regarding text amendments is just we went through the document and replaced any reference to River to Sea Transportation Planning Organization to the Volusia Flagler TPO, since their name changed between transmittal and up to the point that we are now. I'm sorry, and of course, no comments from the planning board on that.
Got it.
That's a housekeeping item, really. So we're going to go through the map amendments now. And I just want to summarize basically the planning board's comments. So the planning board supports keeping map CP 1.3 as is, that is no amendments, consistent with city council direction, and there were no comments on the other maps that are proposed to be changed from the transmittal document. Again, so we're going to go with the map on the right, which is what the adopted map looks like now. Map CP 1.4 has to do with the coastal high hazard area, and this is in response to the Florida Commerce comments. The coastal high hazard area is on our future land use map, but it's in dots or specks that it's not really clear to see. So as a solution to that, rather than having it as part of the future land use map, it's just to be a separate map, adopted map, of course, in our map series. And then this...
Go back to that one for a second,
yes, sir.
Mr. Poppin. Down on the south end,
yes, sir.
if I can get my bearings here. Okay, never mind. That's further south. That's really not, that's not our...
Yes, it doesn't...
I'm just looking at how far that hazard area is, but that's no concern of ours. It's not part of the city yet.
Yes, sir.
Yet, I say.
Yeah.
Yet. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
And then finally, again, this is in response to DOT comments, and it had to do with the map on the right is, it's an agency jurisdiction responsibility map. But it showed that if you look at this, there's to be an interchange between a roadway extension and the FEC railroad. Of course, that's not going to happen. There will be no interchange between a railroad and a surface road or even an overpass. So we're deleting those, and so we're going to clean up that map. I think those were probably placed there in error, and so the map on the right deletes those identification of the interchanges.
No, I'm sorry. What were those X's?
That's me. I'm sorry. That's my attempt to show that these are going to be deleted. It's not the X's that you're concerned with, that we're concerned with. DOT was concerned with the gray circle underneath that X.
Yeah.
Yes.
So my understanding is that they basically came back with notes saying that this isn't an interchange, this is a flyover, so it's not an interchange.
Yes.
Please remove it from the map and mark it appropriately.
Yes. They wanted to clarify, yes. Of course, we know there's not going to be an interchange between a railroad and a...
Not to interrupt you too much, Mr. Papa, but this is major for this region. This is major. That highway out west, which is not fully funded, that's major for our city and this region. I just want people to be aware of that.
Yes, sir. So that concludes staff's presentation. As we presented this to the planning board, the planning board did make a recommendation that city council approve the proposed amendments with the additional changes that were provided to you and that they discussed during the planning board public hearing. Should this be adopted tonight, staff has 10 days 10 working days to transmit these adopted amendments to, again, the state planning agency and other regional and local agencies who provided comments on the transmitted document.
Okay.
And that concludes our presentation.
Any other, thank you so much, Mr. Papa, Mr. Tyner. Anything else from the council?
I have a question. If we go back to the slide where when we talked about the MPD, it referenced two policies, 1.7.1. No, that's not right.
Too far, I think, Mr. Papa.
On the screen, no.
No, go back one more, I think. Yeah. So it says for clarification, policy 1.7.1.1 and 1.7.1.4 clarifies there's to be one MPD, but from my reading of those two policies, it only applies to 1.7.1.1. 1.7.1.4 talks about the master plan mixed use having 1.4 dwelling units per acre total. So I'm not sure how that what that has to do with there being one or two or four MPDs. If the overall density of the entire master plan mixed use can only be 1.4 dwelling units, why is 0.4 relevant to this?
And I might have wrote down the wrong policy number, but I think the gist of it would be with that, from City Council's direction that there may be more than one, we would adjust the language to make sure that it's consistent through the master plan mixed use to the other policies.
Okay. And then, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I think we brought up that we would present the language that.
That was my next question, yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Any other comments?
Somebody has written down all these.
I am, yes.
Because I didn't.
Somebody's keeping
I
track.
got it.
Okay. Round and round, how many times is this now, Vice Mayor, that we've tackled this comprehensive plan?
The third.
Just you and I on the council together? This is
The third.
third time? Okay. All right, any further discussion from the council? We'll open this up for,
Hold on, sorry, Mayor, they're going to bring up the proposed language that we discussed.
okay.
And so I think this one again, so it changes from having maybe one to one or more. Essentially, that's the way the policy reads. The MPMU flume designation shall only be implemented through one or more applications for rezoning to the master plan development zoning district. And it qualifies it's due to the large size of the MPMU flume designation. Applications for MPD zoning districts may be submitted in multiple phases for all or a portion of the sub-areas listed below. The MPD master plan will depict the sub-areas for the overall MPMU, future land use designation, as described below, except for the neighborhood centers, which may be depicted at the time of final development review. And neighborhood centers are really a subset of villages. So the way we read that is that when they present the MPD maps, they would have to provide us where the greenway overlay is, where the village center is, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the other subcategories that we have.
Activity center? Is that?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Employment center, villages, regional, the greenway overlay, and those other subcategories that are there. The one that, in order to, again, to put some teeth into making sure that we get a better picture, if we were to get MPDs in pieces, we would propose to add language to the greenway overlay to identify what areas would be going into the greenway overlay, and I believe that's provided here. That the greenway overlay is created based on the regional context of a planned conservation lands, any adjacent public conservation lands, on-site environmentally sensitive lands as defined herein, an assessment of wetland quality and the ecological linkages to avoid habitat fragmentation. Again, the goal of making sure that the backbone is not fragmented or exists if we were to come in with bits and pieces of an MPD.
So in other words, let me make sure I understand, Mr. Papa, if you don't mind. So the intent with the, could you just, so we can see the full portion of the edited language here, can you just scroll down a little bit? And make it a little bit bigger for those of us who don't have super eyes? Thank you, that's perfect. Okay, so the intent is to make sure that even if it is more than one MPD, it's still abiding by the overall MPMU density requirements. So the industrial that we increased, the commercial that we increased, ensuring it doesn't go over 1.4 dwelling units per acre, and ensuring that the greenway overlay is still meeting all of the requirements that we have dictated, regardless of how many MPDs. I mean, is that what we're doing here?
Yeah, that is certainly the
Okay.
intent. And the last thing that here is probably one that, although a simple change, really, I believe, changes the tenor of how we can better track the requirements of having the non-residential mix with the residential. So those required mixed-use percentages for non-residential uses will be measured and tracked in each applicable MPD application. That is, every time they come in with an MPD application, they're to demonstrate how they're meeting the policy of providing the minimum amount of non-residential uses that's required.
So,
Okay.
in essence, you know, we're getting to just a way till we can see that, hey, we're not saying, hey, this part is, you know, this part is high density, but we'll get to some low density later, and then so each time it's measured directly against those requirements. Right?
There'll be that measurement required and tracked as required by this policy.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And let's go back. That concludes staff presentation.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
You sure?
Well, I have one question. Why does it say in each applicable MPD? What makes one applicable? Would it matter if we took out the word applicable to make sure that it's
Not at all.
tracked in each MPD?
We can take that out.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
I would say to take that out, just so that we don't have a argument down the road that something's not applicable for some reason, and now they don't have to track it. We want to make sure we're tracking every MPD.
It's defining it more strictly without a definition of what makes it applicable. Yeah.
Yeah, since I come in late to this, and it's like 370 pages for me to go through, but the whole thought of removing subjective language in these kind of plans is really important. I think you've done a lot of that in this plan, but I don't know every detail.
Yeah, well, it's a long time.
And we required more industrial, more commercial than was first proposed.
That's
We've
my
added some
understanding,
stuff,
and-
more greenway. You know, we tried to define it more strictly.
Industrial land.
I think the original proposal is still a greater square foot than what we have per housing unit than what we have in Palm Coast presently. But we asked to almost double that. So this should be above and beyond in terms of industrial and commercial, much more different than present state Palm Coast and the available lands that would allow for those things that we've all talked about are sorely needed in terms of the tax base and trying to offset the costs of paying for, you know, the cost of running a city.
Okay. Any other comment from the dais? Anything? Okay, well, we need a motion to approve the comprehensive plan as presented with the minor changes that we've made.
So Mayor, if I may, just give me one moment. I'm finishing writing this.
Okay.
Okay, so I will make a motion to approve the current comp plan with the language as presented, without recommended changes from PLDRB as to policies 3.1.1.6, 3.1.1.7, and 5.1.1.6, but with the suggested changes from PLDRB regarding the bird studies as to policy 6.1.13.8, and to change policies 1.7.1.1 and 1.7.2.3 to reflect the proposed changes from staff to reflect that we can approve with more than one MPD and the resulting language.
I'm gonna
Get all that.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to go ahead and trust you. That was everything that we kind of all agreed to within that. So I'll second it.
Review the tape, Ms. Cook, that's all I can tell you. Okay. Can I get a second on that motion? Oh, I'm sorry, you
Yes,
second?
sir, I did.
I'm sorry, I got jumbled up. Okay, we're going to open this up. Any further discussion from the dais? We're going to open it up for public comment. Anyone have any public comment concerning this, the 2050 comprehensive plan? Yes, sir.
First off, I'd like to say I'm very glad you guys changed and decided to bring in a little bit more of industry, a little bit more commercial, and not just overloading us with another horribly oversized residential project. That's essential. One thing, I didn't get a copy of 390, but we do have a serious problem with our wastewater and our freshwater supplies, of which our bond does not cover the 19,000 NQ. Have we made sure that anything further exceeds what our need is at that time instead of just playing catch up the rest of the way? And are we going to put some teeth into these developers to have to not just put the infrastructure from the curb in, but also the usage that it's taking on our systems? Because we can't go through having to redo our systems every time somebody wants to do one of these. That's all I got to say, but this is a good project. Good job.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Carroll.
Carol Stoughton, is this plan going to help the current citizens in the mess of all the developing that is going on? Or is this master plan going to harm us more than we already are harmed with the development and the past planning people that plan all of this that hurt us? Is this going to help us, or is this going to hurt us? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further public comment? Yes, Miss Darlene Shelley. I know your name. Yes, ma'am.
A lot of people do. Believe me, I'd rather stay home
I don't beat
and
you up
enjoy
a
my
lot,
peaceful
Darlene.
home, but that's not happening. Darlene Shelley, K-Section. When this first came before the board, I had concerns about 2050, Imagine 2050, and Ms. Pontieri suggested we send it up, and then we would have lots of opportunities to tweak it. It's a living document, this and that. My concern is that it was written by the very folks who no longer sit up there, with a lot of input from what I call cronies and usual suspects, landowners, developers, land management groups. I didn't see any reference to the transportation part of this, but I know that the verbiage is very friendly to the airport growth. Airport growth is what has been a thorn in the side of hundreds, if not thousands, of residents and our children with single piston aviation aircraft and the emissions and pollutions and lead that are contaminating our water. The county has recently done a bogus test that they're trying to put out there as de minimis, where they tested 0 to 2 inches of the soil, knowing full well that lead leaches into the ground and our water sources. This Imagine 2050 caters to the growth of the airport. It caters to the developers' wants. It was made in conjunction with the former board that sat up there that approved every zoning change that threatened our homes, lowered our values, took away our safety, health, and welfare, while the highly compensated city employees sat up and gave their presentations claiming that it was going to benefit the local residents, that it was going to be compatible with the local residents. I have to tell you that every single home that you put in since 2008 around the airport was incompatible and used up the very industrial lots that the previous board rezoned to residential. Now you're taking green space, timberland, agriculture, anything you can get your hands on to change to industrial, heavy industrial. I see that it has more tax revenue, but you can't have your cake and eat it too. When you use those industrial lots for residential, you've used your industrial lots for residential, and you must lie in that bed.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Miss Jeannie.
I have a question, though it needs to be a statement, I understand. What is this Creed design? Is that stick homes? Maybe if these homes are not being built as stick homes, that they wouldn't hear the airplanes as much, because I know that there's a lot of noise. But what is this Creed design that I'm hearing?
I don't understand the word. What, Mr. Pop?
Creed design? Does that mean the quality of the home?
You have an answer, Mr.?
I'm not clear, ma'am. Can you spell it?
CREED, I believe is what I heard.
Creed?
Creed design?
I don't know. Where is that at in the document?
I don't know. It was earlier on when I heard him speaking about something about the quality of the homes that are being built.
I don't remember that.
I was like, agreed.
Creative.
Maybe I heard him wrong.
Okay, Miss Jeannie, thank you very much. It's getting late, I understand. Any further public comment? Bring it back to the dais for final comments. This is just my opinion, and you can take it for what it's worth. I was the one, well, I think me and Ms. Pontieri both were back and forth on the comp plan. I have a problem with it because I know the things that I've seen since running for office and on this dais. And I know that those DRIs don't expire until 2036. This is just a comp plan. Plans change, and somebody could say that a lot of the comp plan from 2036, you know, they've undermined that comp plan. And I was going to make a motion to table this, and during this meeting, I was going to make a motion to table this whole comp plan until we got a permanent, full-time city manager on staff. Because I am not comfortable with what I've seen happen since running for office and being elected. So I'll tell you right now, I'm going to vote no for this so I can bring up a motion to reconsider later. Just to let everyone know that I am not comfortable, because I know those DRIs don't expire until 2036, and that's just my perspective. So we have any further comments? I know we've tried, Ms. Pontieri. I think we pretty much tabled it the first time it came up, right? And we've delayed and we've made changes, but I'm still, because of what I've seen, and my comfort level with what I've seen go on, I'm not going to vote yes on it, because I want to have the ability to reconsider. And everyone has their individual votes, but I want you to know that from the things I've seen, I am not comfortable, and I would rather, for me personally, we don't have to do this now. This is a living, breathing document. We're not under the gun by the state that you have to have this or you're going to receive penalties and fines. This is us, and this is the future of our city. And I don't want our residents to be taken care of, and we're talking about this. This is for future growth, and we've already beat the water issue thing to death. I'm not going to rehash that, but we are in a situation, and you know, a lot of it I wish I knew coming into being elected, because going from, what, $155 million in debt to over $500 million in debt, I'm not comfortable in that. And you can remove the zeros and scale it down as far as budgeting. I wouldn't be comfortable with it if I scaled it down and it was affecting me and my family, instead of, you know, say $500 million, like $500,000. You know, I wouldn't be comfortable with it, but that's just my perspective, and that's my intent. So any further discussion from the council?
Mayor, just to respond, so the DRIs aren't going anywhere.
Well, I know that, but
There will be, yeah, of course.
we'll get to the land use. We're gonna get to the land use, the land development code and stuff. You know, and there's some things in the land development code that Mr. Tyner, you even know I mentioned it. I think is it 02.05.05.05, something like that.
Oh, there's several things, Mayor.
Where it specifically says, if this is not for the benefit of the city and it's gonna cause harm to the quality of life or financial burden to the city, that you don't have to approve it. From what I read on the land development code. So what we have done, we have glossed over that part of the land development code for all these years, and now we're playing catch up. And the way it looks right now, we're never gonna catch up. I don't want people's utility bills to be $500 a month, which, well, could be the possibility in 10 years. I don't know if I'll be alive in 10 years, but if I am, you can say, well, Mike, you were right. But that's just my perspective. And I know we need to move forward with this, and I'm tired of kicking it down the road, but I wish I could delay it until we get a full-time permanent city manager that has fresh eyes. But that's just my perspective, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, no, I respect your perspective on it. Here's my thing on moving forward with this. I think we have really, a lot of eyes have been on this. I think that we really have a good comp plan here, and to the extent it will motivate Project Magellan to come in, I think we all want that. It's a great project. It'll infuse our community with a lot of dollars, a lot of jobs, and they are waiting on this. So I do think it's imperative that we go ahead and get this moving. But also, Mayor, if we do, when those MPDs come back before us, this group gets to look at those MPDs. And that I think is really important because for the most part, as far as, it seems, as far as development and increasing the industrial and the commercial, we are all aligned. So if we can control the fate over that, I think it's really important that we do that up here with this group.
You don't know who's coming in behind this.
I agree, but we'll never know that.
Yeah,
I agree, we'll never know that.
Okay.
I do want to directly respond to Jim. If you look to goal 7.7, we have a specific goal for maintaining and growing the public infrastructure to meet the needs of the city. And then goal 5.1 talks all about potable water. So to the extent you want to look at that, you can go there. It's goal 5.1 and 7.7. But other than that, I have no other comments.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Miller?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to kind of concur with the Vice Mayor's point that we have the cards here with the MPDs. We can define that. We can also regulate or demand, so to speak, that certain MPDs or certain portions of the MPDs, like commercial and industrial, come first. And I think that's all of our goals.
That's critical.
Yeah, and so, that's step one, right? That the other things that, add to the burden come last, not first, right? And so I think we have the cards here to play that the right way if we want to.
Thank you, sir. And I'm also concerned with the legislature eroding our home rule rights.
Yes.
And we giggled a little bit about that earlier, talking about the accessory dwelling units. I'm scared of our legislature right now because there's some wild ideas up there, and I'm really scared of it. Other council members, Councilman Sullivan, do you have
I
any?
agree with that last comment.
Well, you're
about
scared of the legislature?
Yep.
Yes, sir. Councilman Gambaro?
Yeah, I think to everyone's point, we're still in the driver's seat, which is
We would
important.
hope. We would hope.
I think this helps us.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Ms. Cook, call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes?
Mayor Norris.
No.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. This is a long night. Let's try to knock this out in an hour so we can be out of here on time. So the next one is ordinance, I'm sorry. Attorney, please read it.
We have a 2025 ordinance amending Chapter 42, Article 1, creating Section 42-6, prohibiting public camping or sleeping on public property.
Okay, this is the second read of this ordinance. Do we have any?
There's no presentation. Ms. Grossman is not
presentation?
here this evening, and there's been no changes.
Yes, ma'am. Is there any comments from the council regarding this?
I had one comment
Yes.
last time about the fact, is there any special waivers or whatever for veterans? And I've checked into that, there aren't.
Okay.
I think there was another comment that you made regarding county funding of Volusia's shelter as well.
Yes, well, that's something I hope was going to be looked into and worked on.
I think we got some information on that, right?
Yes, I have had those conversations with Ms. Petito.
Okay, so can we get a motion to approve as presented?
Motion to approve the
Second.
ordinance.
We got a motion and a second. Further discussion? Open it to public comment. Anyone have any public comment? Mr. Davis, I know you're concerned with veterans, but, there's nothing I can do about it. But know that I feel you. All right, see no one come forward. I'll bring it back to the dais. Ms. Cook, any further discussion? Ms. Cook, can you call the vote, please?
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to move on to item Juliet, resolutions 12.
We have a 2025 resolution supporting government efforts in identifying unnecessary spending, creating efficiencies, and saving taxpayer dollars.
Mayor, City Council, following your direction from your meeting last week, and thank you, Councilmember Miller, for inquiring through Doge, we've included the resolution for authority and the letter of support to be sent to the state for your approval today.
Okay, so this is requesting Doge come down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What actions do we need?
We approve.
Yeah, you need a
I move
motion.
approval of this resolution.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No.
No further discussion. Put it out to public comment. We're trying to get Doge in. Hell, here you go, CD. What you got, my friend? CD said he can help us with that.
That's why I came up. A funny thing happened to me on the way to the forum. I came here to talk about a speed bump originally, and look what I'm doing. I have 25 years' experience in banking and software. I also did what would be called a Doge now for the controller of the state of California on the tax, franchise tax board, California Franchise Tax Board, which is really interesting. Doge is not it's not a criminal thing, okay? This is looking for efficiencies, and you're going to hear the term, it's a mapping of fractal, it's called fractal mapping, and what it does is it shows you almost visually, it's how they build like 3D maps, that kind of thing, and it's an iterative process with a feedback loop, and they go through, that's just a quick explanation, and what it shows to you is where inefficiencies, and it tracks money, okay? And I've got also experience with Fedwire, Swiftwire, all that kind of thing, so I understand where they're going with it. I'd kind of like to look at what they gave you to check the boxes, because I can maybe give you an idea if there's a box you wonder if you should check or if you shouldn't check, that, we can maybe come up with something there that, so you understand what you're getting. And the information you're going to get back, you need to understand what it came back, because they wrote algorithms, which are a programmer's thought process of how it should happen and what should happen. And you need to know what they took in and what you're getting out, so that you can make a comprehensive decision on what you've gotten back from them. And there's also some things that are going to happen in Doge. I just heard today on the news that some of the things that have been cut, they're talking about putting those back, maybe with more controls. And that's what Doge does, is it's the ability to use AI to do multiple points in the fractal, which when I did it for the FTB, I was sitting there talking to people, okay? And they weren't real happy about me doing that. But anyway, I could not hit the points that the AI can. And it can do in hours what it took me, a month to do, or more. So, all work for cookies. We made that agreement earlier. So, but it's something I have an experience with as well.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Mack.
So you all are on resolutions number 12.
Yes.
There's no reference in there about Doge.
It's the letter. Ms. Mack, you probably don't have the full packet, but this is a write-up, and it's specific.
Well, I know you guys had a solicitation out there already to do the, look at government efficiency here.
What?
That was separate from asking Doge, and Doge wouldn't be on here because Doge is a state audit, wouldn't have anything to do with the solicitation, which is what your resolutions are.
It's referenced in the resolution.
It's in the resolution. I'm sorry, that was the letter, but in the resolution, I'm sorry.
It specifically says, whereas Doge team is responsible for, and it goes on and on and on.
EOG Doge.
This is the template for the resolution and the letter of support that the state gave us to initiate this action. So it came from state of Florida Doge.
We can get Ms. Cook to get you a copy of the exact language, Ms. Mack.
Yes, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. No worries. Any further public comment? Bring it back to dais. Any further discussion? Ms. Cook, can you call the vote, please?
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes, ma'am.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to 13.
We have
City Attorney.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Resolution 2025 approving a land donation of 3 parcels from MPC Lots LLC for the Belterre Safety Improvement Projects.
Okay, City Manager, you got a little bit of clarification for us?
Yes, there's a brief presentation in your agenda packet. Carl, can you just pull up the map, please? We worked with the landholder. They are donating these parcels at no cost to the city. These are little right-of-way bits that are going to help with our Belterre Safety Improvement Project at the corner of Whiteview Parkway as well as Royal Palms Parkway.
This is the turn lane project.
Correct. Well, that we received $4.5 million of state appropriations for.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Can we get a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion? Public comment? No public comment. Bring it back to the dais. Further comment?
None.
Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Moving on to resolution number 14. Council, Attorney?
Resolution 2025 approving Colbert Landings Phase 2 Final Plat Application 6063.
Yes, sir. Is it short and sweet?
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members. Estelle Lenz, planner with the city's, with Dennis Leap, our site development manager and engineer. This is the final plat for Colbert Landings Phase 2. And again, the final plat is the last step in the platting process of subdividing land to create lots for sale and development. I'll try to be brief. This is Phase 2, so this phase is 44.4 acres. They are proposing to plat 269 lots. The project is located on the west side of Colbert Lane, approximately 3/4 of a mile north of State Road 100. So basically, they are just platting the remaining lots and roads from Phase 1. So on this aerial slide, you'll see all the gray lots here are Phase 1. They've already been, this was approved by City Council last May 2024. So the tracts that are outlined in red are platted with Phase 1 as future development tracts. So this is Phase 2. They're just coming in now, and they are replatting those vacant tracts into lots now, into the 269 lots. And the zoning of the property is SFR1. The future land use map designation is residential. Some history of the property is it was annexed in 2004 into the city. 2005, council adopted zoning of PUD and SFR1. Development started on the project back then, but it was halted due to the recession. And in 2021, the entire property was zoned to SFR1 and preservation. And SFR1 zoning allows 7 units per acre, and the minimum dimensional requirements for the lots are 50 feet of width and 6,000 square feet of lot area. The subdivision planning process is 3 steps. The subdivision master plan for this project was approved by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board in August of 2021. The preliminary plat was approved December 5th, 2024, and they got the site development permit for this phase in December of 2024. We are reviewing the final plat this evening. It already has been reviewed by staff, the city attorney, and a second-party surveyor to make sure it complies with state statutes for recording. This is the plat. Again, it's 44.4 acres. SFR1 zoning allows 7 units per acre. The density for the entire project, when you take the whole thing, phase 1 and phase 2, it's 482 lots on 293.3 acres, is 1.6 units per acre. And they are preserving 96 acres of wetlands. The amenity center and ponds, the stormwater ponds were developed or platted in phase 1. So this truly is just the lots for phase 2. The next slide will show the road improvements that are required. There's the required 2 entrances. Both of them are full access entrances, and they will be providing right and left turn lanes for each entrance. And we actually have the construction sheets for the entrances, the northern one on the left side and the southern one on the right side. Oops, wrong way, sorry. This is just some photos, show some of the roads that have already been built and some of the areas where the lots are being platted. The construction of all the infrastructure improvements, including the roadways, stormwater management systems, wastewater, potable water lines, lift stations, et cetera, has already been completed. This was at the sole cost of the developer. Therefore, a performance bond is not required for this project. And as usual with our subdivision plats, the roadways, stormwater management facilities are to remain privately owned and maintained by the Colbert Landings Community Development District. And the recommendation is to adopt the resolution approving the final plat for Colbert Landings Phase 2 and authorizing the mayor to execute the plat for application number 6063.
Mayor and City Council, just wanted to make sure that you knew that the wastewater was planned for Plant 1 for this project, and that is at 80,700 gallons per day, and currently our usage flows to the plant is 5.2 million gallons per day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for that, City Manager. I have a couple questions. One, the turn lanes that are being required, are those already done?
Yes.
They are done, okay.
Yeah, and that is a county road.
I'm sorry?
That is a county road. Colbert is county.
Right, no, I just wanted to know, I wanted to make sure that they were going to be done prior to COs. Okay, perfect. And then, as far as final plats go, what is it that we are able to consider as council from a legal perspective to either approve or deny a final plat?
They're looking at me, so I'll answer that question. So we go off that land development code, and we previously had a discussion about quasi-judicials, but the land development code does talk about, it's 2.084B, which defers us to when reviewing these final plats, we have to go to 2.05, which has, I believe, 5 criteria, but you have to have sufficient factual data to support that criteria. And the opposite, if you think that it does not meet that criteria, the city council has to have sufficient factual data that it doesn't meet that area. So the criteria talks about, A, the proposed final plat must not be in conflict or contrary to public interest. The proposed development must be consistent with comprehensive plan and provisions of the land development code. The proposed development must not impose a significant financial liability or hardship for the city. The proposed development must not create an unreasonable hazard, nuisance, constitute a threat, welfare, and then the development must comply with all applicable state laws, federal laws, things of that nature. And since it's a quasi-judicial, applying those things, you would apply substantial competent evidence. And so there's case law on that says that when the applicant has the burden, which they did in this place, to prove that they meet all that requirement, then it's on the city. They have to prove, if they don't think they meet that criteria, you have to have data, substantial evidence that says they don't meet it. You can't just base it on an opinion. So staff's opinion, that can be substantial evidence. Popular polls, that cannot be substantial evidence.
So my question, because it flows to wastewater treatment plant 1, in the process, was sufficient information and data provided from the applicant that the infrastructure needs from that standpoint are met?
Yes.
Yes, and they put in their infrastructure, including the lift station, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilman Miller, you had something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just had a couple questions about the, for my knowledge, I think, because I think you would have probably raised this or the same question, but this common manufacturing to the south, is that directly adjacent to or abutting 100? Is that why that's there or no?
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh, okay, because I can't see kind of where the
It's
terminus
at
of
the
this-
corner of Colbert and Roberts Road.
Right.
Okay, where it turns right there, so it's the commercial that would be in that kind of commercial zone. There's already a building.
Yeah, it's a fire, they manufacture fire stuff, right, Kyle? We just talked about this. Fire, sprinkler, you're sure.
There's an existing commercial
Yes.
manufacturing?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, just wondering what that was, and the MPD there as well, kind of what's defined within that MPD? If that's residential or some sort of commercial?
I'm not
I
familiar
know I'm
with
probably
that.
putting you on the spot.
Roberts,
MPD.
everything to the kind of south of Roberts Road is kind of.
Yeah, that one spot kind of though is like right in the middle of it. I just want to make sure that, 10 years from now when someone wants to put something manufacturing or whatever, there's no conflict of use.
Are we talking about the one right here in the blue?
This blue MPD, right against it on Colbert.
Yeah, right now, that's an existing residential.
Okay.
That's basically was not built back in 20 years ago, I guess, or
Right,
15 years
remember
ago.
you've seen that, they built the infrastructure in the roads and then it just
Stayed.
overgrew.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it does have, I saw that on the map, that it does have some roads there already. Okay, then I don't think that's a conflict at all. I just wanted to double check on all that. And then to note, the SFR is 7 units per acre, and we come to a total of 1.6?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's significant reduction in density based on this plan, so good thing.
Anything else?
I have a problem.
Yes, sir.
I feel sorry for the feral pigs that are going to be eliminated. And they're all going to go in people's houses that already exist.
I feel sorry for the people that have issues with those hogs.
I know.
We need a hog hunt.
Well, we're doing it, But,
Hog hunt or trapping.
I also
Not
get
hard-
the emails saying, please don't hurt our hogs, so.
but we have
I don't
good, we have some good traps, very modern traps.
I love bacon. Councilman
Not
Guerrero,
that
did
type.
you have anything?
Yes, sir.
Can we get a motion to approve?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of this resolution.
Second.
Got a second?
I think it's still a public comment.
Any further comments
sir.
from the dais? Yes, ma'am. Public comment.
Carol Stoughton. Are they going to handle the sewage treatment plants? Or are they taking care of how many people flush their toilets on a system that we should have maintained 10 years ago? Or will this overburden our sewage system plant, our water supply? And again, more development. How many people are coming into this development? Do we know?
Well,
I don't, excuse me?
you have to do the count. You can't go by the number of houses. You have to go by the number of occupants.
I
So I
thought
don't
we
know.
were limiting development in this town. We're constantly being invaded by people who want to build properties, and they are not paying for the improvements of our treatment plant or our water supply. They just come in and build and leave. Thank you for listening.
Yes, ma'am. Any further public comment? Yes, sir?
There are 1.6 homes, Jim Blacken, C-section, there are 1.6 homes is an interesting number. Considering what they're proposing right now gives us 7.0 homes, a little bit less actually, per acre. So phase 2, which I don't know how long it's been delayed and they didn't do it, they have crammed in as many possible homes as they can to come up with that magic number. You said things about whether or not you could tell them no. And one of those that you said was public liability or undue burden on the city. And I think those both are being met right now. We don't have the fresh water. We don't have the wastewater treatment. 5.2 million gallons, we're adding on more. But we just had to pull $400 million of bonds that won't take care of the new building being done. Are they paying for infrastructure demand? Not just the infrastructure that they're putting into our systems, not the lift system that's giving them more flow, but are they actually paying to help rebuild the wastewater treatment plants or the new wells that we have to bring online to support the building? I'm not saying don't build. I'm saying put those fees on the builders, not on all the citizens to support the builders. That's why I really appreciated a moratorium. That's why Edgewater did one, so they can stop, they can regroup, and they can get their financial act together and their infrastructure together to support the building, because we don't have that to support more building now. Please reconsider. Use the legal tools that you just read that we have. Undue public liability is an undue burden on the city. Right now, we have undue burdens because of lack of capacity. That's not saying in the future they can't do it, but maybe we need to just put this on pause. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If someone could please explain to me, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Stone. I thought that was the last one. Go right ahead.
You know, Teresa, I don't know what happened to you. Last year, you voted against almost every new development. And now you're voting for all the developments. But the bottom line is, if these builders come in and they're not giving assistance for the utilities, sidewalks, safeties, lights, why are we letting them in? Why should it be on the budget of Palm Coast? Why don't you say you want to build? You got to chalk up some cash. You guys need to visit Ormond Beach, because there's a huge difference, tremendous difference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? I'll bring it back to the dais. This is the thing that I want to understand. It was approved by the PLDRB in August 18, 2021, correct?
Yes, the subdivision master plan.
Okay, so preliminary plat requirement administrative approval. Why does that say administrative approval? Why aren't these actions coming before the city council, where the city council, knowing full well that it's an undue burden on our society and our community and our systems, why aren't these coming to us before they're coming to final plat? Can you explain that, Mr. Tyner?
Well, Estelle, can you go back a slide where it talks about 2004? Mayor, in 2005, the council adopted the PUD and the zoning at that time, and that's when they came in for that process.
Yeah, but I thought,
So-
what about my understanding if it's over 100 houses, that it has to come to us?
Our land development code has a process and has the authority of where certain applications go. So our land development code for the subdivision platting process calls for the subdivision master plan, which goes to planning board, and that's over, I think, 100 units, okay? The preliminary plat, the land development code, because that's technical, Mayor, that has to do with all your underground work, all your infrastructure, your retention ponds and all those technical aspects. That's approved by staff from a staff level. Then the final plat is with city council, and that's a state law that final plats are approved for the lots of record by city council.
So, Mr. Tyne, because we all agree that our systems are overburdened. So how can we fix the system to where elected members can say, no, we're not doing that. We're not gonna burden our city with this. Where in at the process? Is it at the beginning when they first apply? So in 2024, so right now in 2024, no one ever saw what's coming now. You know, so.
You mean 2004, Mayor?
I said, what did I say?
2024.
Oh, my numbers are, I'm tired too. 2004, property was annexed into the city. Is that when we have to say no? Is when it annexes into the city?
If it annexed into the city, and I don't remember back in 2004, but, you know, then they have to apply for the city's comprehensive plan, the city's zoning code, and then that would, you put the, you know, kind of what the equivalent is. So in this case, it was a PUD and single-family residential 1 zoning. So the zoning was in place for allow them the use to be able to have single-family residential homes.
Yeah.
Now, that's a zoning land use application. And then now you kind of get down to the ground level where you might have a site plan or a plat. That's when your details come in, and then we apply our land development code. And part of applying our land development code with our cross interdepartmental staff is we look at those issues. Do we have enough water and sewer? In this case, they paid their capacity fees. We have enough capacity for this development. So from a staff technical standpoint, we follow our land development code. If they have the capacity, if they have the roads, do they need to put in turn lanes? What's the traffic report say? Those type of things. If they meet those technical standards, we approve it.
Okay, well, this is what I want to know. How can we stop it? How can we say, no, you're not going to build anymore until we get up to speed? And what fees that are not regulated by the legislature can we increase as much as we can to recoup as much money or pull as much revenue as we can to go towards our wastewater, stormwater, all that, freshwater. What fees can the legislature not regulate that we could say, hey, damn it, you're going to pay some money? What fees are those?
So I know in the near future, we have impact fees coming to you, and those would be.
I'm not talking about impact fees. I'm talking about fees, like any other fees that aren't regulated by the legislature.
I'm not aware of any.
So name one fee that's not regulated by the legislature that deals with building a new home. One fee.
Not that I'm aware of.
Meter, no one knows any?
We just went through a bunch of the utility ones and raised them.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, what specific fees can we like make it ungodly so they stop wanting to build here?
Well, so I'm going to chime in. We can't use the word ungodly. Like,
Well, I'm just, it's just a turn of phrase.
I understand your frustration, Mayor, but as your legal counsel, these people do have rights to their property. And as long as they're following the land development code, as long as they're following all the rules, and there's applicant data that says that they can do this, you can't say no.
We have the data that say it. We have the data that who's on mic? I keep hearing someone. So we do have the data. Can you pull up that? We've had this conversation, Mr. Tyner, about 02.05.05. We've had that conversation. I'm sure you know that. Can you recite what that says?
I think that's
what I said earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to have.
So we meet all that, but we do in this case, we do have proof. The proof is our city utilities are going to go up 31% between now and 2019 for everybody across the city. It's going to go up 31%. Not every year, but combined, it's going to be 30. I am correct, right? 31% up until 2029?
29.
Eight, hold it down. So the CPI after that. So we have documented proof that our city is being overburdened. We are being overburdened.
That's
but-
not I'm gonna disagree.
Well, what is it? We're having to pay more because more people are coming in and putting more strain on our system. And we already know for a fact that the impact fees don't pay it. We have well documented that.
They pay a majority of
No.
our improvements that we have going forward on our wastewater treatment plant.
What?
I mean, that's why the vice mayor and I joke around about the money slide, right?
Well, we talked about the money slide, and it was a small sliver of that total pie.
Overtime per
Mayor,
project.
can I make a recommendation, please? I know you're trying to get out of here at Cinderella's curfew, and maybe I am too. You know, you've talked about the 19,000 units and not having capacity. It might be beneficial for us to have a workshop item on that so that you can compare your comp plan policies, and then what was already previously approved. Many of those things happened in 2004 and 2005, and I was 14 years old and 15 years old, so I wasn't here back in those times of those approvals. So it just might be really beneficial for not only the public, but also the council for what that actual units are, where we're at with capacity. And just for the record, the council hasn't approved a bond yet. They approved the rates with hopefulness of a bond, but that wouldn't come until this fall. So that hasn't been approved yet. And then I understand that, and the rates were raised 16% this year. 8 was in April, and 8 is in October this year, and then it's CPI after that. So just wanted to have that clarity and seek consensus if you'd like to have that as a workshop item.
We're going to have so many things on workshops. It's like every meeting's going to be 8-10 hours, and we've added an extra meeting.
I would like to see it though, Mayor. I don't know about how everybody else feels.
That's
but-
fine. I agree with it. We can do that. You have my consent to do it. But we need to be able to say, no, we can't take it. We have to be able to say, no, we can't take it, because we already know our rates are not going up 31% between now and 2029 because I'm using more water. Me and my wife are using the same amount of water. Everyone's in the same situation. It's not that. It's the strain on the system. It's repairing stuff that hasn't been taken care of over the years, and that can kick down the road. Just the water rate increase, the water rate study that was presented on 14 November 2023. Here we are. We just went through the water rate increase 2024 because it was kicked down the road. So I'm not crazy. I see it. We need to be able to stop it. And I dare I say, if we put in a moratorium, it would pause it and say, look, we're not allowing any more. You're not going to the planning board and getting this approved. And, we said no, it means no.
Mayor, may I make a suggestion
Sure.
to
Yes,
get us
ma'am.
there maybe?
Yes.
So we have looked at final plats as if it's a rubber stamp, to be quite honest, because oftentimes it is, because the developers do meet the requirements. They meet the legal requirements. But perhaps we tabled this one. It's only 2 weeks. I don't think they need to put stuff in the ground or start things now at this moment. And staff bring back to us what they have presented that meets the criteria that the attorney listed off, so that we can actually look at their objective data that says we meet this element, that element, and then if we as city council disagree, we can also come back with our objective data. Because here's my concern. We can say up here, we're concerned about the amount of water going to wastewater treatment plant 1. I think we all share that concern. But up here right now, we don't have the ability to meet the burden that the attorney put forward with that data, because we don't have anything to compare it to in front of us. Only staff has those numbers right now. So we can't legally make a decision that would be upheld in court to say no, because we don't have the actual facts and figures in front of us. So my suggestion is perhaps we table this, look at what the applicant has presented, compare it to the data or to the elements that we can consider up here pursuant to the LDC and any statutes that apply, and then make a decision. And truthfully, that should be how every final plat comes before us. if we are the ones that are tasked with approving, in my opinion, that's how every single final plat should come before us. So, because I respect staff's opinion, but it's not staff that has to say yay or nay at the end of the day. It's us.
And take on that legal burden in court and have the city sued over something that we're trying to help the citizens to stop and slow it down and help their pocketbooks.
Vice
This is
Mayor,
like,
sorry.
give me 1 second, City Manager. So I think that's one. I think this is the fourth one that's come before us since I've been elected. The first one I know I voted in favor for. The last three, it's either 3 or 2, I voted no. Because I know in my heart that my residents are overburdened because of the amount of growth.
Well, and to that point, Mayor, and I can appreciate your no vote. My concern is, again, from a legal standpoint, what objective data do we have to meet the burden that we would have to meet if a plat is not approved? And so that's, my concern is, making sure we're not opening ourselves up to liability. Now, I will say, this board has not approved a single new development.
Yes, ma'am, I know that.
Not a single one.
And I don't plan on doing it.
These are final plats that, largely, we don't have a choice.
Illegally, they're at that point, and it hurts me that I'm the one that has to sign it. I have to put my name and date on that final plat, and I hate it that I have to do it. It doesn't feel right. I feel dirty just signing the piece of paper.
So I just wanted to just jump in here. Vice Mayor, I understand your point, and I know how important this is to the mayor, but Mayor, you're not going to be here at the May 20th meeting because you'll be out of town, and I know this is important to you. Criteria and the legal background, because final plats aren't going away, so,
And if at all possible, I know I'm going to be away, but if I have connectivity, I will be present for the meeting as much as I can. Not in the manner of Mr. Sullivan, but I'll try. I won't go video, I'll just go audio. Okay, so, I'm sorry, Mr. Tyner, you had some, hold it down, Carol. Yes, Mr. Tyner.
I'm just going to say, Mayor, the applicant's here too, so they may want to have some words as well, but.
Well, they have who's the applicant? Well, this is a heavy burden for our city. No, Miss Carol, you can't come back up there. That's Mr. Ray Tyner. So you say we move the table this discussion until?
Well, hold on, point of order. We have a motion on the floor.
Oh, okay,
right
I'm
now.
sorry.
Yeah, no, I can't make that motion. What I'm suggesting, so if the person who made the motion would be willing to withdraw, and I'm not saying they have to, my main concern is, first of all, if staff has looked at the figures and said they meet the requirements, it does concern me. I've asked on every single final plat, where's it going? Where's the water going? Is it going to wastewater treatment plant 1? I think city manager confirmed that is the case. We're relying on you to tell us that we have capacity. We're fine, but we don't know because we don't have the numbers in front of us. And that's only one of many. There's traffic counts. There's all kinds of stuff, right, that we can look at. But I know there's a motion pending. It would take a withdrawal and then tabling it. But I think that going forward, I would like consensus from council that every final plat that comes before us, we actually see those figures that you all have in front of you, along with the criteria that our attorney has listed, so that we can be educated when we make these decisions in the future.
Going forward, you have my consensus.
I agree.
Going forward or on this
I
plat?
was the second, so.
Would you be willing to withdraw your motion to
No,
approve?
I'd like to see this through, and then I'd like to, going forward.
And you seconded the motion? Okay.
I agree. If we want to have those requirements going forward, let's have them. Let's also, if we can do the workshop and go through all that specifically, we can do that as well.
We really need to take control. If we don't take, it's bad for our city. 31% increase is bad for someone that's on a fixed income. I'm just sorry. Any more discussion? But we can get that on the calendar, city manager?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry I won't be here, but I'll try to be in by audio.
So I just have one question. So for staff, As far as wastewater, the water specifically goes, I know, City Manager, you gave us some figures, but what room does that provide us? So let's say, and again, this isn't going to be built tomorrow, right? We're not going to have flows to the system tomorrow, but how much capacity does that still leave us, even if this were to be constructed tomorrow?
So your maximum capacity at the plant is 6.83 million gallons per day, and our numbers this week are 5.2 million.
And what were the flows you said? 800,000?
80,000.
80,000.
80,000.
1.63 million and 80,000.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion, but you can get that on the calendar?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any further, okay, Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
No.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to 15, Resolution 2025. I'm sorry, City Attorney.
Resolution 2025 approving master service agreements with Serious Environment Services Incorporated and CTC Disaster Response Incorporated for disaster debris removal and disposal services.
City Manager?
Yes.
Hey, Matt,
Mr.
how are you doing?
How you doing, Mayor, City Council?
Mr. Mansell is here to answer any questions related to the disaster debris removal company. I know this was a hot topic for several of you after our latest storm response. And Matt, can you fill in a little bit of the history there?
Give us a quick overview there, Matt. Are you comfortable with this contract? And
Yes, Mayor, City Council, Matt Mansell, your Director of Public Works. So we recommend awarding this master service agreement to the two corporations, Cirrus Environmental and CTC Disaster Response Group. We've incorporated several things in these contracts to help us ensure performance post-storm if we were to call in these companies to assist us with picking up debris. The major step that we've taken is to include a performance bond. So we're requiring a $1 million performance bond for each of these companies to be issued at contract issuance, not at NTP. So it would be right away and it would be on file if we would need them to come in. We've also laid out very specific requirements for our expectations of number of assets, types of trucks, and at what time intervals we would expect them to arrive post-storm after we issue a notice to proceed. And then we have several things in the contract as well to ensure that we have oversight of the personnel that are on the contract. We could have them replace the personnel if we're not satisfied. It is also non-exclusive, so we're entering into a cooperative agreement with the county as well to be able to utilize the corporations that they have on contract as well. So it gives us, tertiary coverage for that, as well as, and I will stand by this, my staff is probably the best source for being able to pick up this debris to the highest quality. So we'll ensure that staff is available to make sure we can step in and take care of this for our citizens.
okay, well, because that last storm, it was bad. I was not happy at all with that. I know I wasn't elected yet, but a lot of people were angry about that. You have something, Councilman Guerrero?
Yeah, Matt, thanks for your effort in bringing this together. I know you and I had conversations about, it was the weekend after I got appointed, right? And we were out there, working to make all this happen. We were not happy with the services that we had. So I like the bond at a contract award, not a notice to proceed and the whole package. So thanks for putting this together.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments from the dais? Matt, this is, it's along the same lines. We're getting ready to go into storm season on 1 June. Do you already have the inventory you need for sandbags for people that need them? Do we have a stockpile of that ready to go?
We do. We have sand on hand. We have empty sandbags stockpiled. We also have the sand filling machine ready to go. We're starting to, dust off the cobwebs with staff and put together our plans and make sure all of our new staff know our operations and how things will flow. So we're prepared and ready for storm season.
Okay, and you guys are actively trimming trees and taking care of all that, cutting it all back from as well as you can, what you're allowed to do on power lines and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Any further questions questions from the council?
No, I just wanted to thank you for working on this. Obviously sounds like we all had this conversation with you at some point during the last year. So, I know it's a big concern for our residents and making sure that there's a timely level of service that's occurring. And so I just wanted to make sure, and obviously you've worked on this. So your thoughts are these changes will positively impact the service level that we received. Obviously, there's other factors, the size of the storm, how much it damages the area, things like that.
Of course, and it is a contingency plan, right? There's always outside factors, like what happened this last year. We had areas around us that were heavily affected and a lot of competition for the staff, but I feel confident that these changes will make a positive course correction on our contract support. So
Thank you.
We had some issues, but other people had a whole lot worse than we did, and I understand them wanting to, but.
And again, I stand by the fact that my staff will always step up and perform well, just like they did during this last storm season.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate all your guys and gals down there, okay? So with that, anything else from the council? Can we get a motion to approve?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the resolution.
We have a motion to approve. We got a second. Any further discussion? Public comment? Seeing no one come forward. Bring it back to dais. Closing comments. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Matt. So we're moving on to the consent agenda. Anyone have any concerns with the consent? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On K16, it's in 558th page of your packet. There's a error that Helena brought to our attention. It should say pending reimbursement, the issuer expects to use funds on deposit in the, it says general fund, and it should say utility fund. So just wanted to make sure that was corrected for the record for when you take action on this item.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anything else that we need to be aware of? Anyone else? I'm sorry. Vice Mayor, you got something?
I just had a question for staff on numbers 19 and 20. These seem to be very similar as far as the repairs that are needed. It says repairs needed on Farmsworth Drive to the sewer system and roadway for 19, and then for 20, repairs needed on Utah Place to the sewer system and roadway. I'm wondering why not go out to bid simultaneously to maybe get some cost savings on things like this? If maybe it was an oversight, I'm just trying to figure out why it was done separately rather than together.
Yes, Council, Vice Mayor. We put them out separately. They went out in kind of different timeframes as we found the jobs. And then it gives us the ability to kind of test some of these contractors. All three have three different contractors. And we're working on a continued service agreement for next year. So we want to get kind of a good pool of contractor and build some relationships with them.
Okay, because I did see, I think one of them did actually put in a bid for both.
Several did put in a bid for actually all three, and their prices were very different. I mean, we did take the lowest bidder in them all, but it ended up being three different contractors, which was good for us.
Okay, thank you.
This is Mr. Christopher Crawford for the record.
Mr.
Okay.
Chris.
He's filling in for Mr. Melly, who's out of town.
And on 19, City Manager, you don't have any conflicts of interest?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the dais?
No.
Can
I
get
do not.
a motion to approve the consent items?
I'll make the motion to approve the consent items.
Motion to,
Second, but with the change to item 16.
yes. Item 16.
Remember at the beginning, Lauren?
Yes. So,
Should I restate the motion?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion to approve as read, except for the wording of the utility fund versus general fund.
Second.
we got a second. Further discussion from the council? For public comment? Seeing no one come forward?
Can you repeat that again in reference to number 16 and make it actually stays within the sentence?
It was the amount, right?
No.
It was the fund that it's referencing. I
Oh, the
believe.
fund that it was referencing. Can you restate that, city manager?
Let me go back to that.
How come the resolutions numbers don't actually have the solicitation package on there? How come they all only say 2025 XX? Why don't you all?
We're past public comment right now. so-
Okay, we're past public comment. I'm sorry.
The sentence says, pending reimbursement, the issuer expects to use funds on deposit in the general fund to pay such costs, including but not limited to capital expenditures, cost of design, and engineering and other costs related to the project. And the word general should be replaced with utility.
Okay, it's from the utility fund. That was the changing in the wording. So we got it? We're straight on that?
Yep.
Okay, we got a first and a second. Ms. Cook, can you call the vote?
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we're moving on to L. We got 10 minutes. Anyone for closing public comments? Yes, Mr. Davis? It's already, that's already been done, ma'am.
Consent.
That was a consent item. When the consent items are all together, we vote to approve them all together. No, ma'am. Well, you can at the final public comments.
And just
Yes,
a
Mr.
reminder, it's public comment on items that are not on the agenda.
That are not on the agenda. Oh, I'm sure it's not, Mr. Davis. Go right ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jeremy Davis, and for 2 years I've stood at this podium asking the city of Palm Coast to correct a preventable issue: stormwater intrusion caused by the approval of an elevated infill home without proper drainage review. I've submitted documentation, made public comments, followed every process available to a resident, and yet nothing has been resolved. Since I spoke just days ago, I received no update from staff, no follow-up, no communication, and that silence says more than any statement ever could. I appreciate that Councilman Ty Miller came out to see the issue firsthand. That's leadership. I also acknowledge Vice Mayor Pontieri's outreach and her message that staff would be sending me an explanation. But let's be honest, I've heard that before for 2 years. This isn't just about one pipe or one property anymore. It's about a culture of inaction, a process that moves swiftly for developers but drags its feet for long-standing residents. And if the tactic is to wear me down with silence and delay, let me save you the trouble, it won't work. I told the last council, and I'll say it again now, I have more determination than anyone who has sat on that dais. I'm not here for theatrics. I'm here because accountability has been ignored for far too long. And I refuse to let that continue. And before I close, I want to directly address a comment made earlier by Karen Martin. She mocked me for being honest about my past, as if owning my criminal record somehow disqualifies me from speaking up. Let me be very clear. I brought that truth to this podium because I believe in transparency. I've owned my mistakes. I've grown from them. And now I use my experience to fight for my neighbors and my community. That's what real accountability looks like. Not the kind that's rehearsed or reactive, but the kind that's lived. So if anyone here wants to question my credibility, don't look at where I came from. Look at the fact I'm still here, still standing, still showing up. And unlike some, I'm not hiding behind political attacks or convenient silence. Because what I'm asking of this council is the very thing I've demanded of myself. Own the problem and fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Mack.
Okay, so to legitimately ask it then, why on the resolutions on the agenda
Ms.
items?
Mack, these are items not related to agenda items. You can't speak on that. We've already covered the agenda items. This is closing comments, non-related to the agenda items.
No, it's a general question on admin, how you guys do these.
I'm
You don't reference the number.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Yeah, why don't you reference the actual solicitation number? They all just say resolution 2025-XX. They don't actually give the number.
Did they assign a specific number to those XXs, Marcus, or that's just how they're
Yeah, usually don't sign it until after it gets passed.
Okay, yes, ma'am. They're not assigned until after it's passed. It's like, this is the proposal. Once it's passed, we'll include a number like 0201, or there's a reference number that goes along with it after it's been passed.
On a solicitation.
On anything that we pass that has the date on it, yes. If you notice, all of the items have that. They have 25 dash,
Oh, yeah, I noticed it, and they all just have XX on it, so there's no way to number by number reference it.
the numbers are
Only
added
by the
after.
title.
The number is added after it's been approved.
Why do you do it that way?
That's administrative.
Can I just add that we don't have to go back? It's public comment. If
Yes,
They can
okay.
ask questions and then you can address it afterwards.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Got through the night, didn't we? Jim Blecken, C-section. Very quickly over the swells, I'm here because I see waste and spending and the way it's maintained and designed. I don't have one in my house. I live in the sanctuary. Ours are curb, rolled curb, gutter. So I'm not here for anything other than the best thing for the city and trying to save the city money, okay? I want to get towards the bonds that are proposed. They haven't been approved yet. We are an emergency. We could declare an emergency. We could do a special assessment for the new homes that are coming online. We could do $30,000 per home on a bond, a special assessment bond that the developer would pass on to each new home buyer that would be paid over 30 years like an assessment tax would be. That would generate $570 million, so we wouldn't have to have a bond, and we'd be paying for our infrastructure upgrade. The builders would be probably taking part of it, assuming that they would do their fair share. But we have a way, instead of strapping everybody here to pay the bond, actually make the new construction that's putting that extra burden and stress on our systems, have them pay for it. Some towns call it a Melrose. Others call it different names. But the fact of the matter, it can be done as a special assessment. Not an infrastructure tie-in fee, not a building fee, but a condition of the approval of their tract homes. It's not too late to change the course of the finances for everyone here, because by doing it that way, the two bonds combined were under 500 million. Doing this, we get 500 million. We don't have to be dependent on a bond that's going to straddle everybody here with 31% utility fees, because when the bond is paid off, I guarantee you those utility fees will not go down 31%. The utility company is going to keep it up there forever. This is about saving our city. Please think more about the people that voted everyone in here and the long-term goals of the city. It's not to not build, it's to build smart. And the first step is actually getting mixed-use zones. That's smart. But the best thing we can do is make sure that the new construction pays, not everybody else, or we're going to have a market crash like we're already starting to feel the effects.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
I volunteer to be at the workshop to explain these things.
Yes, Mr. Stone, can we ask you to save your comment, because we need to get out of here by 11? Is that what
yeah, I was going to say make a motion to extend the meeting.
Okay, I don't think, could you save it, Bruce, until the next meeting, please, and let us close out and try to get out, please?
Extend by 15 minutes, I don't think that's fair.
Yeah.
We need to extend it?
You need to extend it by
I'm
15
fine
minutes.
with letting them.
Last comment, last two per, we got three.
Well, we need to
You
extend
need to
that.
extend it, like, someone needs to make a motion to extend.
Yeah, make a
15
motion
minute?
to extend until 11:15.
Second.
Okay. All right, thank you, we're good. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Stone.
I know no one's going to answer the question, because you all just stare at us when we ask the question. I'm very confused. In the R to B section, there are a lot of stick-up homes put up. No real big thing to them, little 4x4. For 6 months now, over 70 homes are sitting empty. They can't sell them. They don't even advertise to sell them. You drive by the neighborhood, it's an empty house with no signs, contact so-and-so. So if you're gonna keep on putting up complexes and improving them, make them put out signs. This is for sale. That's just common sense. They come in, they put up the house, there's no sign. Guy scratches his head, oh, this looks cheap. Who do I contact? No signs, nothing. Which I think is against a real estate violation. Second of all, I spent 20 years on Wall Street with my own companies. I was considered at one time the largest muni bond buyer, one of the largest. We moved bonds all day long. If anyone has sense or they follow Wall Street, the prediction on Wall Street, the home industry is going to collapse. It's going to fall apart. There's no future in the home industry right now. People are afraid to sell. People are afraid to buy. And most people are trying to get out of their house because they're afraid of what's going to happen to this country. So again, if you keep on letting these people come in, make a regulation. You have to put signs out. You have to advertise. There's nothing. Would any of you buy a house if there's no advertising? You wouldn't even know who to contact. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, Miss Carol.
Last one, Carol Stoughton. I live on Potter Drive. For the past 8 years, that manhole cover makes so much noise. It was repaired 4 years ago, and it was repaired about 4 months ago, and the people who worked on it were paid. Do we have an engineering department that checks before we make payment to these vendors that the work is satisfactorily done? I invite any of you to come on Potter Drive, drive up 3 houses, go over that manhole cover. It's ready to fall in again, and it makes a lot of noise. Thank you.
Potter Drive?
Potter Drive.
Potter.
Yes, ma'am?
All right, I wanted to make a
Can you
comment.
state your name?
Kimberly Rosania, W section, regarding last week's, I watched your business meeting last week, and I just wanted to make a comment. Normally, I choose to watch these meetings from my home. I have 2 children. I'm a homeschool teacher to them, and I am a caregiver to my disabled veteran spouse. I wanted to personally say that I was deeply disappointed by the lack of decorum displayed last week by most of you. Appointed members interrupting and disregarding Robert's rule of order to talk over one another. You behaved in a manner that I could only describe as inappropriate and unprofessional. Frankly, my 3-year-old and 8-year-old sons demonstrate better manners during their disagreements. Also, while I did not vote for the current mayor, the actions of this council, particularly in pursuit of what appears to be a frivolous investigation, have eroded my confidence in your leadership and solidified my support for our current mayor. Also, this evening, Councilwoman Pontieri, you told us, please, not me specifically, but someone sitting behind me, please respect the speakers. Please lead by example. While the mayor was speaking earlier on behalf of the 2 people applying for the city manager's position, the first thing you did was snicker and roll your eyes while he started to speak on the candidate he supported. So again, while you sit here and tell us to respect each other, please respect each other as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais for closing comments. Can we take a look at Potter Drive? Miss Carol, what's your address specifically?
Potter.
What,
13 Potter Drive.
13 Potter. Can we take?
And the repairs were just allowed to be paid for.
Yes, ma'am.
Terrible job.
We'll follow up. Any closing comments from city council members?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Miller.
So just wanted to kind of follow up with, we'd have discussions about potentially having proclamations for local sports teams and students, doing well in the community. So just wanted to highlight a couple while we haven't gotten to the point of, state championships and having people come up. The Matanzas Woods softball team won their districts and they just did the seeding for the state. They're the number 2 seed in the state in their classification. So they're doing great things this year. So just wanted to highlight that, as well as one that you might like, Mr. Mayor, because it's about a Seminole, a local product, Alexandra Gazzoli, Matanzas graduate, sank the winning putt for the Florida State Seminoles golf team in the ACC championship a couple weeks ago. So just wanted to highlight that as well. And then also just getting my plug for the Gators. They swept the South Carolina Gamecocks this weekend in baseball. So we've been struggling most of the year, but it looks like we're starting to get it together again. So hopefully they continue that action. That's all.
Thank you. Are they over 500?
They're well over 500 in terms of their overall record, SEC record. I think they're 12 and 14, something to that effect. They are ranked as the 23rd best team in the country while being in the bottom half of the SEC. So,
all right, thank you.
Tough league.
I'll go to Councilman Gambaro first.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Sullivan, I know you're tired, sir.
No, I'm fine. The one thing I wanted to say in reaction to a couple of the comments is one of the ways we're going to stop development in the county is the economy is going to stop it. If nobody buys houses, believe me, those developers will stop putting them up.
Self-imposed moratorium.
Right.
Yes. Vice Mayor? Stop. Yes, ma'am.
So I'll try to be really quick. So we have a golf course presentation coming before us to entertain or to consider RFPs for selling the Palm Harbor Golf Course. I would like consensus at that same workshop to also have staff present to us what full cost recovery would look like to include a 5-year and 10-year CIP. The reason for that is I want to make sure we're considering all options. If that means we have to raise rates by $20 around, then that's what it means. But I want to make sure that we are absolutely crossing every T and dotting every I before we make the decision to sell the golf course. So I'd like consensus on that.
What's the date on that?
We're targeting May 27th.
Okay, and so we have enough time to do both of those things?
Yeah, we have your 5 and 10-year CIP. We know that the greens need to be redone and the bunkers, so we have good cost estimates. Okay. But do you want us to include some sort of building? Right now, we're operating out of a triple wide trailer. Do you ever foresee a brick and mortar building there?
Is it currently in the 10-year CIP?
It's out in the future.
I think whatever we have planned, we shouldn't be adding new plans into the mix.
Yeah, whatever.
We have a golf master plan, and it is in there. So
okay.
I think the concern was capturing also the capital cost as part of the overall.
That's what she's talking. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
There was other things as well, like there was a pump or something like that. I just want to make sure we're capturing that cost and not calling it cost recovery when every couple of years we've got $100,000 in expenses not accounted for.
You have I have no problem with
We're
that,
good?
city
Okay.
manager. But
Awesome. And then, sorry, I'm trying to be quick. As part of the future homes workshop where we're going to look at all those homes, I would like staff to show us the flows to the wastewater treatment plants for all approved plats in the timeline. So in other words, if in 6 months we just approved 4 final plats over the past several months, I would like to know how that is going to increase the flows to certain wastewater treatment plants so that we can analyze that, so that when future plats come before us, we've got a benchmark. This is where we're at, this is where we're going to be in XYZ future, and this is what it would add to the system if this is approved. So can we get that please added?
Yes, I will tell you that it also matches your growth rate, right? So if Mr. Sullivan is correct in his economic analysis, then those houses aren't going to come online as fast as you think. So we have an estimate. We expect about 300,000 gallons per year, but that depends on if we maintain the current growth pattern.
At least we'll know, though, if all of those plats were dropped and developed tomorrow, what does that look like? So that's obviously extreme case scenario, but let's have the number.
Sure.
Okay.
That's going to be very ugly. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and then last thing, to your comment, ma'am, if I did that, if I rolled my eyes or snickered, I apologize. You're absolutely right. We should behave by example, and so I apologize if I did that. We are human up here. It is incredibly hard to sit up here and keep cool, especially with everything going on, and, but you're absolutely correct. So I apologize if I did that, and I will be very mindful of that in the future. Thank you.
Ma'am, the last thing for me is, we had the County League of Cities, Beverly Beach hosted it, Mayor Emmett, Mayor Patty King, Mayor Emmett and I, we sat down and just had a candid conversation, talking about some of the issues in the county, and I thought it was real. That was the first time I really sat down and spoke to them. So I really appreciate Mayor Emmett hosting that event. We really do need to look at that special assessment bond. Anything we can do, if we could have, a white paper or something talking about how that works and what we could do as far as special assessments, I'd like to hear that. And also, on a personal note, by the end of this week, I have my finalists for the Mayor Mike's STEM Scholarship. By the end of the week, we will be awarding one senior from each of the high schools a $2,500 scholarship that is going to go to college to specialize in the STEM field. So we'll put out a press release, and we'll have video of those kids receiving their yard signs with the Mayor Mike Scholarship recipient on it. So that's the praise. Because I believe in STEM, and I think our kids deserve the recognition for busting their butts in school. Yes, City Attorney.
Yeah, I need to call an executive session. We have new litigation, Mayor Mike Norris versus City of Palm Coast. I'll be working scheduling that with the city manager, so please stay tuned.
Thank you. Last words from you, City Manager?
Yes, just due to how long it took today, the workshop agenda next week is supposed to start at 6 p.m., but there's a lot of topics on there. Would you like to start earlier so that we could maybe be in bed before midnight?
If we have consensus, I'm retired, so me and,
Maybe like 3 o'clock?
I can't do 3.
Okay,
what's good for you, Vice Mayor?
I can move a meeting around, but
13 backyard chickens.
yes, it's the residential speed
got all the
study, charter
code stuff.
review, exterior colors, backyard chickens, commercial vehicles, saltwater canals, residential drainage citizen advisory committee, residential drainage process updates, and you asked for the city manager discussion today.
Can we bring a bottle of tequila for that meeting?
Well, Cinco de Mayo
That
was
was
yesterday.
yes.
So what
I'm
you got?
flexible.
You're flexible?
I can,
What's the
I'll move
earliest
the
you can
meeting
do?
around. I can do 4.
You can do 4?
I can do 4.
I know you can do 4. Okay, we're
Four-
going with 4.
4 o'clock.
Next Tuesday, in this room. We're getting the band back together.
Sounds great. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you for staff. These meetings seem like they're getting longer. I don't remember them being this long when I wasn't an elected official, I guess because I could get up and walk out. So can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.